1213, homicide unit, kill one.
Roman homicide. Roman homicide unit.
What?
What are you going to say? Christi, 3113.
Chapel, we're party down to work today to go all the way to 36, to go 14, at least.
4922, last four is 6396. 6396.
Chapel, 45 seconds, sir.
Let's get as much stress as we can so we can get moving more.
The family one responded.
How are you?
K9411, can you show me a 19? K9411, can you show me a 1239? Can you show me on a 19 Northwest 17 and 54? Florida tag is Romeo Victor Lima, Victor 01. Just on the 1239, ma'am.
3215.
3215.
Miami Shoal, 3215 as a two-man unit. The first IBM is going to be 42763. The second one,
Dispatch engine 91.
45371. You can place this on a 13.
Engine 91.
Hospital.
UB12 in the area.
Just on the CE 13 and 54.
5474.
5474.
Miami, show me one detained. Place me on a 13 for now. Show me one detained at my KTA security.
Let's get started. Show the unit 13 for now, one detained at 1240. K9411. 40. Can you show one detained and show me with the part?
That's the light that I see outside of all this doom and gloom.
Show one detained at 1240 and give them what else you have?
And I'm telling you, it's going down. Come on, be a part of this.
I can get a bit
train. What is that song?
There's
another song.
106, 106,
108.
Mr. Moran.
Working off of unit 1 at 1141.
Mr. Mullen.
Ms.
Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray.
Both
Mr.
of them pretty twos, because they have my zero units. You can call it out.
Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters.
304.
Mr. Reed.
We also have a unit advising route
Mr.
between our unit.
Mr. Rish.
1162.
Ms. Rosen.
Okay, you show 6. Give
Mr.
them
Rand.
your 09.
I agree with you. Engine 308 there.
Mr. Schott. Mr. Schiff.
IBM is 27890.
Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer.
Over to Driscoll.
15.
Mr. Scott Ford, South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehan.
Engine 91.
Can you show us in route 24641 Colorado Way? We're on our way back to the facility.
Ms.
We're going to
Smith.
try to get that knocked out.
Yes. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock.
We're going to be at Port and Marguerite on Victor
Ms.
Frank
Warren.
Lincoln 3052.
Mr. Welch.
Hello? That's Victor Sam
White
Lincoln
House.
3052.
Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden.
Yeah.
Mr. Young.
Route 26, 10-8 from 10-7.
663, clear officer, Officer Joe.
Senators voting in the affirmative.
Can you repeat?
Barrasso, Capito, Cassidy, Crapo, Grassley,
1161, you
Haggerty,
advise
Hawley,
17 and 54.
Husted, Johnson,
Moody,
Moody, Moran,
So I got
Ricketts,
K9411.
Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, and Thune.
411 QSK.
Senators
Verify.
voting in the
17054.
negative. Baldwin, Bennett, Cortez Masto, Durbin,
call.
Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich,
I'm a little...
King, Lujan, Murray, Peters, Reed,
They can come to the other side. I see
Rosen,
them.
Schatz, Schiff,
1162
Schumer,
US.
and Smith.
QSL, thanks, okay.
Mrs. Britt. Aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. No.
Airport 6 Dallas, curbside. You can show me clear. You come off Slow Charles.
Off the ward. Item 110. It's going to be a false alarm.
Charles, 1145.
Mr. Padilla. No. Mr. Kim.
No, when you're on the display call, you're good.
Remember, can you modify that QTA to be 6th Street?
Mr. McCormick.
Show me 0915
Cancel at 1245. 4140, clear.
Okay, 142.
1356.
We're patient at 13, 579 at Tropical. Checking out 2 Hispanic meals. Have a 537 by.
Just on 13 at 1245. 1353.
Did you search? Yes, I'll be arriving shortly. No, ma'am. No, you.
Mr. Markey. No.
AC 917.
615.
Ms. Murkowski.
5474.
5474.
Modified to 27 retail, and show me 1 in custody.
Mr. Sanders.
Primary unit for transfer, please.
No.
27 right, 1 in custody at 1246. Any unit that can clear 15 with 5474. When you exceed 11 and 54. First available.
Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Aye.
All right, let's get set up, Mr. Hernandez, and we'll take off. We'll have Mr. Javier with it after Mr. Healy gets set up from Medic 91. We're available.
You are received.
Mr. Healy, can you turn right there, or you want me to get out your way?
AC 917 dispatch.
Airport 60, blinking 5.
Home Depot, National ID. Tom Lincoln North 3594.
45 1140.
No, George 6 is Jordan 8.
Mr. Cornyn, aye.
Delta T60, Delta T10.
Robert.
Mr. Scott of Florida, aye.
You got one active?
You serve me intel, encryption, rotation?
10 4 units.
22.
19 at 1249.
1415 over 633.
We're going on the highway onto the right shoulder.
And
I'll be clear 5 minute rest.
10 4. Any special notations for the record?
Mr. Wyden, no.
Okay.
Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Alsabrooks, no.
Yeah, let them wait a few minutes, and we'll wait a couple minutes and get on it.
Rachel, we making contact at 1422 neighbor's house.
Okay, I got a new radio machine that doesn't beep when I key out, sorry. If we want 260's call, I have to go to ER, help her out real quick. Ready, ready.
What do you want, Tony?
5100 block 37 south, Tom Henry Way.
I'm going to wait for a couple of minutes, Michael.
Yeah, phone number, 153.
Running close to 1251.
Yeah, 4.
136 5.
Anderson, Arlington, 10 4.
ID 6863.
ID 68663.
Is Linda in the truck?
Kennedy, aye.
Can you build me a call here at Tulsa Midway High School on the cell phone and you show me a case number? Okay.
127.
638, 10 4. What's our phone?
48, 57 line, middle 18.
We're clear, doctor.
1261, 10 4.
Yeah.
Hey, sir, could you make sure you talk that? Because you have some spoil in there, remember?
5245, 10 4.
Ms. Ernst, aye.
Thank you.
Sammy, the mechanic.
ID 6863, your case number is going to be 42. 0042.
120.
This is Metro 15.
10-4, you show me 5-8.
1150 Bravo.
Sammy, the mechanic.
15.
Central Garage, are you out here still?
10 4.
So BWC purposes, show me 15 with 1165.
393845.
That's 210. The first one is 1252.
Yeah, that's getting right.
Yeah, put that myself. I fight. Routine. 42.
Alright, 10-4. So, first clear off the water.
AC 906
1165.
1165.
Mrs. Shaheen, no.
4945 Foundation.
For Central Garage?
145.
That's 260, 10 4. 145.
Mr. Hickenlooper. No.
Transporting code 1 is on south, beginning mileage 0.1.
I think it's good. I.
49, can you get up? Code 1 south 0.1 received.
Ms. Cantwell. No.
Could you have a please?
Mr. Paul, I.
Okay, 210.
Yeah, let's go. 260 with info. What's the name of the guy they have with their motions? Got a copy, Sammy?
Mr. Welch.
160
No.
call is Irwin Amy, or Amy Irwin.
Go ahead, stop. Get it. I mean, you missed a piece right here. Hopefully we get in the second pass.
Victor Night John 05184.
Mr. Bozeman, I.
HMO building patrolled, all doors are locked and secured. All exit buildings patrolled.
1315 for you, 13 for now, 1313 for you. Northwest 7 and 79, there's Northwest 7th and 79 at the 711. Contact the complainant, Daryl. He's requesting assistance with checking his GPH for his firearm. He's advised that someone put inside the business after fleeing from the police. Contact Daryl. He's a black male, but he is of age, wearing a black t-shirt. Black jeans and 1315.
Stores in Crestridge, Nora William 9068.
To assist him with
William 9068.
Mr. Marshall.
Yes. That's what the clerk just explained to me. Yes,
I.
1103, sir.
Anthony.
You responding to T?
I'll be
Murphy.
from Northeast 2 and 44.
No.
Yes, sir. 1313.
No, it's 759.
Right.
1312.
Mr. Tillis, I.
Sure, we're going by that call.
Oh, so you go by your 1256.
Mr. Merkley. No.
1309 P.
1309 Pop.
Show myself in 1309 on the 10 at the North Station.
1256.
Ms. Collins, I.
Full choice of breath. Patient has a history of 2 MIs, 1 stroke. Patient is pain in the middle of the same as the last heart attack. Yes, sir. Where? I'm ready. I'll send Sam. What's the unit number again? I'm sorry?
Mr. Coons. No.
What unit number was that?
Mr. Whitehouse. No. Mr. Kramer. I.
5474, can you advise me in custody time?
Yes, sir. PTR was 1246.
Well, Thomas,
Mr.
we do
Kelly.
that.
No.
That room might be 2-6.
120, copy student, I think. 1311.
1311.
Ms. Blunt
Well, now the
Rochester.
Baker Act.
No.
I show myself in 1314 on the,
Mr.
13
Rono.
holding in the boulevard is 6-2.
No.
Yes, yes, I'll go finish at 1259, Miami.
Mr. Fetterman, I.
Any unit for a 25 audible call time down, 1335 Northwest 40th Street, 1335 Northwest 40th. Front hall door at 1259. Any unit?
1315.
It's minor. I'll go ahead and change your time.
User.
Hi.
And 122-743 was advised of the call. We were waiting for you guys to get on location to advise
Clear Lexington en route to Caffey.
Where you stopped?
10-4.
Verify.
You can show me on the CFA. I'll take the next 25.
Yes, sir, that's 1300. 1161.
You have 11 Papa?
Sorry, right back. 1161. IBM 285.
ESV 6006, Cross Street, Manhattan, in Tripoli. Working off fire dispatch at 12 hours.
Yeah, just picking up on my fires.
1125 timed out. 1335 Northwest 40th Street.
Yes, sir.
Yes, no, that's 1301. 1111 Papa.
Somebody online with the cell?
1301.
5474, Miami. Verify you have a 15, reference 39.
That's negative. No, that's a yes. They might one.
Mr. Banks, I.
4113.
4113.
Mr. Rish, I. Mr.
Homicide,
Cotton,
CSY, please.
I.
Homicide.
3111.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thirteen by 6.
Ms. Slotkin, no.
1356.
Initials 09 and places both on the 13. Let's use the QTH of 8250 Northeast, 4th, please.
Mr. Cruz,
Both units are
Aye.
1302.
I suspect modify to 8260. Let's use that QTH for now.
Yes, sir.
Thirteen 09.
1309.
Miami, go ahead and place me on recovery reference case
No.
251022 0065766.
Yes, sir. What's that for recovery?
It's a recovery of AirPods.
Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego. No.
Kiss on.
Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines. Aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen. No.
This is an arrival.
1313, kiss on 1304.
Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell. Aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville. Aye.
Fifteen arrival as well.
Miss Warren. Miss Warren. No. Miss Duckworth. Miss Duckworth. No. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen. Aye.
Bodies are 1 and 3 at 1306.
4150B.
4115B.
I'll be 15 and 9, showing 19.
Just what you did?
It's going to be on Michigan Northwest 24. 24 quad and 26. It's going to be a Florida tag 405 Lima Romeo November. And I'll go ahead and dispatch me record, please.
Here's our record request. I copy Northwest 24 quad and 26. 1306.
Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. Aye.
Yes, I need you now coming through.
4111.
4111, just now.
Delta 140, signal 4, leopard.
Yes, can you create a call at the high school for campus, please?
4157.
Complaining about that he needed a supervisor, but now he is indeed.
Yes, so. 1307, how much?
Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd. Aye.
3311. Excuse the rest.
Mr. Warnock. Aye.
1307. 4216, negative 54, just meter 415.
Okay, counted the number.
Actually, you can disregard. 4311, negative 54 reports, traffic and overdue rental. It's at 3450 Northwest 36th Street, 3450 Northwest 36th Street.
Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff.
No subject on
Aye.
scene at 1308. Okay. 4211P.
Another waterfall.
1301 number.
45. 17, go ahead. Custody at 1209, and case number is 47.
Yeah, but it's stopping because I'm almost done because I had to go leave some Trevino and Carlos earlier.
No.
$12.15.
12:05.
Units clear on the 42.
So we made contact with 230 and north of 4th Street and also 235. It's the wrong residence. We called the number back. Miss Ma did call them. And you give me a moment, I'll be arriving at my 50 in a moment.
Yes, ma'am. So what did you want me to document for the 42 contact made or not made?
It was not the contact we were seeking. We made contact with 2 people, but it wasn't the right person. We called the number. You want me to cut it right now?
3100 South, Victor Boys 3491.
Yes, I'll note it. I'll show you this clear from that. You're going to be delayed on the 50.
Charlie 120. Can you send medics to check the kid? He started sweating.
420, what's up?
Tell him come this way.
5900 Northwest 5 Avenue. Stopping closer to Fort. Noted. The complainant was advising that she was beaten up by the boyfriend. The loader for a white male, 5'8" to 5'9", 145 pounds, blonde hair. Mike Benedict, DOB of 81298. She also advised that she was susceptible to a pocket knife. The subject is currently on scene and that the 32 just occurred. She stated the subject also strangled and choked her. And she states that the male put a knife to her neck. Let me run it by the sergeant. Stand by.
14 there. Charlie 120 to Bravo 1, mobile 4.
Engine 14, medic 7. Engine 14, medic 7. Sick call at 4421 South Shea Parkway. 4421 South Shea Parkway. ESD 001.
Over. We're going to be the corner house. And,
1215, we hit a 355 Fox Drive. It's at 6900 Northwest 5th Avenue. 6900 Northwest 5th Avenue. Civil for white male, 5'8" to 5'9", 145, blonde hair, Mike Benedict. DOB of 81298, possibly in possession of a pocket knife. The complainant stated that the subject strangled and choked her and put a knife to her neck. Stated the male is inside of a bedroom. Cut up all the complainant's purses. You can make contact with your caller. She's wearing a green t-shirt and some pink pants outside at 1312, 1215.
Yes, Ralph for North Miami Avenue, 962.
Yes, I'm on make it a QH, reference to 355 Foxtrot at 6900 Northwest 5 Avenue at 1312 QH.
EMS 1 at 1213.
1304. On that 12, the Yamato Spirit. Part of that 1212. No damages.
The unadvised that I'll check with Charlie 190.
379.
Or Charlie 120. Charlie 190 or Charlie 120.
Is he over here near Southwest? Hey, Mike, I want you to sweep them through the yellow cones. Once we get there, I'll sweep the rest. That way, Javi can shoot some water or something. Yeah, Southwest is for large objects.
Yeah, we're 6900.
40 ways, but
6900
I just want to make sure.
6900 Northwest 5 Avenue. And always continue to maintain.
Is the complainant still inside or outside?
Mr. Justice.
You want me to shoot her on 35 window?
First name is Ariana. She should be wearing a green t-shirt and some pink pants.
442-129 location.
Again, on consider maintain QH reference to 355
Mr. Wicker.
6900 Northwest
Aye.
maintain QH.
Yeah, that's, yeah, no.
Yes, I'll maintain QH for now at 1314.
Miss Klobuchar, no.
Slow units now.
Here to Smoke, yes, 1314.
Mr. Thune.
In addition, you're about on a paper to the 55 Foxtrot 6900 Northwest 5th Avenue to the
Also, so
and then in addition, you're about on the 3 to the 55 Fox 6900 Northwest 5th Avenue. Here to Smoke, receive routine at 1315.
Still 30, Charlie.
Mighty sir, 1315.
In 1108, 112766.
241-647.
649. My computer is not acting correct. Can you give me the case number for the show?
Yes, the yeas are 54, the nays are 45. 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn, not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to.
12-5.
Majority Leader's recognized.
I have a motion to reconsider.
The motion is ended.
I
The previous order, the Senate.
Airbnb has multiple other people inside there as well.
Okay, 10-4, if you're anywhere near HQ, if you do have one, can you
Stephen Chad Meredith
run
of
houses and I'm not
Kentucky
gonna
to
do it in
the
a
United
moment.
States
Yourself?
District Judge for the Eastern District of Kentucky.
Yes, so in addition, you the consider
The question is on the nomination.
1163.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
1164.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks.
Yes, 1163 on the
Mr.
4th Avenue.
Barrasso.
Copy, you can just
Mr.
about to
Bennett.
you on that. And
Mrs.
1164 for your 50 for the
Mr.
whole number, 50 for the whole
Blumenthal.
number.
Ms. Blunt Rochester.
That's negative. For 1164, that's negative. It's going to be 1309.
1164, I read 1309, and I'll show both units route. Might be the 1301 or any field leading owners.
1309, can you send that QTH, please?
Yeah, so it's going to be 6900 Northwest 5 Ave, 6900 Northwest 5th Avenue.
Can you send route from the station?
Yeah, so I'll show you about 1316.
1210, show me arrival on the 350.
Yes, on 1210, also en route. Arrival at 1317 Banner.
1315.
1315.
Verify. We have no calls over here. Reference of 56, where units had to respond and they had to transport a subject that was blocked inside of the freezer regarding some type of crisis. Last night or a couple of days ago, within this week sometime.
So I believe we had that last night at the 7-Eleven.
It's 245 here. I'll give you 690 Northwest 79th Street.
Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman.
That's 245.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell.
2117.
Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Collins. Mr. Kramer.
Mommy, how do you show me? In service? I should be en route to the ID call that's pending at the elementary.
Mr. Crapo.
Which one? The one at 2631?
27 degrees, 42 decimals 0 north by 098 degrees, 16
Mr.
decimal 5
Daines.
west.
Ms. Duckworth.
Level
Mr.
130.
Durbin. Ms. Ernst.
Pressure.
Mr.
665
Fetterman.
left
Mrs.
on the
Fisher.
fuel.
Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham.
29 minutes. Level 130.
Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty.
Cheers on the ticket? Stand by. 2117, cheers on the ticket? 1387 Northwest 63
Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper,
Northwest,
Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven,
13th Avenue.
Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson,
Mr. King,
Mr. Kelly,
Reference that 56 from last night. Can you give us some report number, please?
Mr. Kennedy,
Yes, so the last 5 is 65926.
Mr. Kim, Mr. King,
Until 6290, reading multiple calls from the RPS direct passenger car that was parked in front of the house. Vehicles back at the location.
Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell,
It was
Mr.
between the RPS house and the neighbors.
Confirm the address. We set up the 410
Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Rich, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tucker, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden,
Uniform Alpha, November.
Mr. Young.
Carousel 1320. 1111. 225711, yes, sir.
1261, you are traffic.
You show me 136, okay? And you can show me
Ten four.
Okay, we're going to call
Affirmative. Banks, Barrasso, Bozeman, Britt, Bud, Cassidy, Collins, Kramer, Gaines, Ernst, Graham, Langford, Lummis, McConnell, McCormick, Moreno, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Wicker. Senators voting in the negative.
1520,
Brooks, Blunt, Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, King, Merkley, Murray, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warnock.
Completed the advising of HQ real quick from the caller's phone. 1321.
This is from engineering. Is the call on the apartment related to the call that we're on currently?
Where is that right there? Would you tell us?
1160.
Mr. Van Hall.
10-4. It's clear. Same on what about calls.
No.
10-4. Put your 9 have had time on the call. The apartment.
Miss Hassan, Miss Hassan.
Yes, I don't have any 1116 on duty.
It's going to be 11-6-13's coming in code 1 with a 72-year-old male. Plan of right deep man and general ID 54040. Currently is 804 BP of 158 over 92. Pulse is showing 90.
Yeah, you want me to cover it all up besides like 2 feet?
313.
Yeah, kind of enough to cover it up. Okay.
6 minutes.
So, we're going to wait in the rest of the water truck to get back, and then we're going to take off all in one, right?
316 King.
You got water because I think we have enough water before we started.
1630, Highway 77.
Mr.
It's going to be Ross Young by NCN. So
32, go ahead.
they want us to respond.
4111 pop-up. Notification for
Mr. Thune, Mr. Thune.
Can you tell me 091 report in on the 10 Central Station? Reference parking per 44 city.
All right, out of HQ.
459.
1323
132.
1520, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. That was my fault. I told him to go. That was my fault. But, yeah, we'll try to not stop Hewlett as much because every time he stops, it's not his fault. And I understand every time he stops, he has to restart and then the oil's real thick. So we'll try to minimize how many times he stops.
0655. Yeah, 10-4. Right shoulder. But I need, I gotta have that water because it's just impossible to see that center line. I'm having to go off the bar. I don't have that wing to work with where it sticks out further. It's just by the tires all I can see it.
Okay, then we'll be going a little bit to the left.
the whole body of the truck.
91 clear, taking a break at detection.
Yep.
Alright, Mr. Robert, you got native a Tampa rock, so do not lift it up, just clean the tailgate, okay? While I clean the lift.
Dispatch medic 14 shows going code 1 of bay, starting at 0. 208, are you on traffic? Letters assist 35 and 136. 10 4 480. 420 138 is the weather. We're looking for available for you at this time. Adam 110, Adam 140 clear. Adam 110 location of your traffic.
Bolo. You have a white male, long blonde hair, 5'75", 160 pounds. He was like 10
Streets like a flight
address to the library.
Heavy child. Will be the last name. Yourself.
Yeah, me and the guy will clean up the system since we have to wait a little bit.
Number 5 in a moment. Yourself. Of this Airbnb and the owners on scene.
Kissel, I have a white male 5'9", 160 with long blonde hair. Kissel, what was the name? Your radio call.
62, we're on a Portland.
I'll send the notes for correction later.
Unit 4 to base.
Kissel.
No, it's a 45 line.
2113.
2113.
Mommy, can you modify the signal to a 45 now?
45 and Kissel, 1325.
Hey, he's clear, no 29.
Mr. Fetterman, no.
17 received. 3028 is ready. Thank you.
It's out over here. Spaghetti works as well, so probably that whole side of town.
907.
I'm being told the power is out at the Texan Valero. Folks are asking where to buy a parking permit.
303, Michelle, the clear house. 316 call.
Bay Area for Medic 14. Bay Area for Medic 14.
Block 5 and 71, southbound.
UT 715, we are out to no power.
Any unit that can clear respond on 15, blocking no traffic southbound 5 and 71. Any unit?
1149, you can show me or not.
1111 is good, so that's 1327.
Let's do it.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it was received. On assignment.
No, bring the powers out so the city, they can go to City Hall over here after lunch. Pick one up. Unit 14 copy, thank you. Charlie 260, if you could give me a red Charger.
3 Charles, 2 County.
Go ahead.
1890 go mobile.
28 is going to be Sam X-ray Tom. 7121, Sam X-ray Tom. 7121. He's driving on a flat tire and he's trying to make it to Portland. I told him he's down the shoulder. He might make it to Gregory and he's a motorist assist over there.
Mommy, can you show me all 9, show me now all 4 on the motor pool reference vehicle number 216924. It's a nail in the rear driver's side tire.
Mr. Kelly, no.
5474. I mean, if any supervisor available, reference the name for me.
Any supervisor reference the name for me?
Mr. Durbin,
Let's do the entry right as well. Supervisor reference the name for me.
1110, I'll take.
The Simmons is coming in at 2521 unit 112. Intoxicated male, Michael, yelling at the provider, saying that the provider hit his knife.
I'm sorry. CCPD, they're requesting a cancel.
Clear.
Engine 17 on scene.
Follow 5.
Simple refund, thank you.
Well, 20.
You're
270 out there.
20, you can cancel.
Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Heinrich.
Go ahead and move your truck, Mr. Martin.
4130, can you show me on a 7?
Miami 4115, IBM 27234 4115.
Charlie 260, looks like that vehicle's coming back towards the residence. 3034, show me the area.
Miami 4115 4115.
Charlie 290,
So, we still have you on the 28. You're still on that call at 212?
Miami, I'm clear now. Show me 28 on that one reported on the 10 Central for 4110.
1330. 1119.
You're 40.
I mean, if I give you a 9, can you show me a 9, okay? 19. 1 citation. Back on my front street.
What was your song, mate? My jumper's not working. Roger that.
Follow. It's going to be this couple. The wife is in a gray shirt.
10-4, see if we can see if you can.
Okay, 10-4. I'll get you 10-50 to catch up with you.
Sign or something.
Verify you're still on the Jersey Hotel at 11 and 6.
Yeah, QSL. I have 13 with me.
I'm on the street, just like it's
the same route along with
moving pretty good now. Stand on the street.
Female that you see at this spot had put one on there like here. So we are going to assist her getting her belongings, and then we'll clear.
23 clear.
Maybe 23.
You want 5 reference.
Delta 140 arriving.
Okay. This is Route 38.
Yeah, 13 with that unit.
There was an ambulance here at the Christmas Pond Shoreline.
Mr. Gallego,
So I can't
Mr.
go
Gallego.
through there.
No.
Engine 14.
I'm heading into
Mr. Young, Mr. Young, Mr. Crapo,
Mr. 120, 2198, now in the background, units RP calling him name.
10-4, Staples and Morgan.
9014 arriving, 3.1.
3.1 received. 3.1 received. Possibly a family member. Nobody just coming in the front of the line.
10-4.
Fire dispatch for Medic 13.
Mr. Lee, Mr. Lee. Aye. Miss Hirono, Miss Hirono.
7.3 received. Location?
46, right, HQ.
Using Crossridge. Sam Victor William 3685.
10-4. 10-4. Control 110 20, just be advised. It is going to be paying at 2421 similar, 2521 is not a good address.
Mr. Justice,
Show me I want to first report.
Mrs. Fisher, aye.
Twenty-one thirty from the area.
Good.
900 West Sinton Street, lot number 40. 900 West Sinton, lot 40. Make contact with Ashley. It's going to be in regards to a civil issue.
Copy. Arrived.
Mr. Kennedy, Mr.
93710 FM 1889 at Gavita Dialysis Center, ESC 2003, working off of EMS 1 at 12:30. 10-4.
Can you copy down one plate, Paul Noir Henry 0254? And I'll give you the truck plate in a second.
Yeah, Paul Noir Henry 0254.
Mr. Padilla, no.
10-4.
Thank you, Mr. Charles, 83877.
Yeah, the stripes, Walter and Caribbean.
Conference information from the announcement in Verona, Brinsmere, Northeast 1023, 35,
4111 is Kissalona. Show responding reference A54.
Mrs.
54 call timed out. 1455 Northwest 35 Street. 1455 Northwest 35 Street.
121.
Contact the complainant. He's advising that a male sent
Cortez
money from his
Masto,
phone
no.
at 1334. 4111.
1720.
Mr. Whitehouse. Mr.
42.
Whitehouse.
Following duty for south, another in the wheelchair.
Mr. Schiff. No.
Hey, bro, Stone Street, is that, if I'm not mistaken, is that the second bus stop inbound 29, if you go to Waldron, make a U-turn, the second bus stop, is that Stone?
Yes, it's you. I can advise them in the area.
11.
Can you be done? Last time we moved later.
11, come on, bro.
8166.
I'm assuming 09 and on the 13, Charlie at 631 Northwest 62nd Street.
32. 13 Charlie, 1335.
Where?
So one to advise, yes, unconscious patient, 4717 Hollywood Circle. Engine 9, 35-year-old female unconscious. Listed passed out. Semi-conscious, cardiac arrest. Engine 9.
Someone pointed out on Calgary, Lieutenant at medics advised.
1743.
Copy.
Any free towards 1746, construction Holly 10-4.
Yeah, I'm with 10-4.
I'm going to go with the other channel, standby.
CMH1.
CMH1 on patrol 2.
CMH1.
20 to 33.
Yeah, I see on patrol 3.
Go ahead.
Charles, 1237.
Mr. Hickenlooper, no.
10-4.
7-9 dispatch, I'm in South Station.
12-7-23. 10-4.
2801 to road supervisor.
Marine 2.
Patrolling a military vessel.
Stockworth,
Can you
no.
put the HEB delegate logs in the pending, please? What's your unit number? 28?
Okay, it's going to be at Yellow
4913,
Chicago City. He took it over.
Location.
Transferring code 1 to base, time out 0.0. Transferring code 1 to base, time out 0.0.
0.0 received.
Okay.
Miami, do we have any other units available?
Block 0358, respond 10-4.
$13.15. I mean, at 13:15 or 13:11 or 13:12. No response. 13:11 or 13:14.
1311.
Are the units able to clear?
Houston, Miami.
Both units 09 at 1339, 1210, 1311, and 3214.
1205,
10-4, yeah.
Cancel
here. And we'll just pull up there where the 16 goes.
No.
If you're blocking them,
The
just move
call
up.
at 4034 Nichols Drive.
That whole
Your
name's
vote codes will be
taken up.
1 make
Go
contact
around
RP,
the
contact patrol.
you know where they drop off right there with the
1
Greyhound.
make contact
10-4. I'll show you now for the minor police need to strike. 10-4, will do.
QSL, yeah, please send them to the QTH. A little more difficultly.
Yes, so 1311 and 1415. 6900 on 5th Avenue, 6900 on 5th Avenue, and 1337. 1311.
The Boulevard and 48.
1314.
10-11, go ahead.
With possession, 321 Adams.
Yes, sir. Check with dispatch when you come in, please.
Charlie 190, both units there.
Welch, no.
Charlie 267, clear contact.
Received, thank you.
Okay.
A unit for 27V, 1852, Northwest 472. White Chevrolet Silverado.
134, what's that location?
Item 110 for deadline in progress and 11223 approver first cast pawn. Contact Jordan.
Still 30 traffic.
159, show me coordinates here, please.
The store is in Christchurch. Frank Boy 8981.
One of the stores in Christchurch.
Mr. Lujan, no.
Frank X3 4632, Highway 77 is 4.
29? I gave you 3035.
93 going to code 1.
64, 94, 64,
Christmas transfer clinic. 47 Young Masters doing a infusion. Chemo for having allergic reaction. She flush, short of breath, cramps all over body, redness, as well as the pressure as low as 60 on 40 for our arrival at the facility. Polymedrol tested, as well as the bolus of NX. Patient currently is asymptomatic. Current models are 102-171, every of 82.
4109.
Setting at 98%. Richard back to
I'll
about
be
2 minutes.
completing my
Any
report
questions?
at Northwest 17th
Avenue,
8th Street.
10-4, I'm gonna strike you one more, Charlie 26, I'm gonna strike you that way. For Charlie 130. Go for you, Ashland.
We will be in route 2, 5855, 1074.
10-4, thank you, sir.
Four.
82.
10-4.
Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Cotton, aye.
This one unit 434, call timed out 278 Northwest 36th Street. 278 Northwest 36th Street.
The house is secured. It looks like it cried the side door.
Any mileage 1.0.
1.0 received.
649, 10-4.
4215 arrival. Can you do a call back?
4215, just on 1343, stand by.
One 61.
1161.
All units stand by for EMS page. All units stand by for EMS page.
I'll see you around at 1343, mile. 4312. 4312.
Mr. Kim,
You show me 3409, the complaint refused
no.
support. You can show me on 34.
He's dead.
Then I'll be able to put it on the surgical on foot, Western Avenue, 78.
Any unit for the camera acknowledged Charlie 130.
31 clear and SB.
back to the head.
This area unit, I can clear 15 with 4312, 278, Northwest 36 Street.
Pacific 9, we're arriving shoreline.
Ms. Warren, Ms. Warren.
2.8.
No, Mrs. Capito, Mrs. Capito.
Dispatch Medic 3, we're arriving 0.6.
0.6.
4111.
You wait till you have?
Yes, negative. 4311.
4311.
Are you able to clear the 15 on 823?
Dispatch Medic 2.
Nothing from me for now.
Yes, I'll take your primary at 1344. Want me to 4110 or 4310?
Pheasant received, make 10 disregard. Pheasant received, make 10 disregard.
Go ahead.
Disregard. 4313.
Alright, Ms. Medic.
15 with the unit, 278 Northwest 36 Street, 1345.
4215, I made contact. Turn to KFC parking.
Yes, I'll show you the KFC. 4101 on patrol 1.
Mr.
Okay, you're 5 and 10, 5. I'm going to go on 4101 I-69, 4101 I-69. At 5.7 center, ESV 2004. Being very successful.
Everybody trying to get 1021.
3435, train delay on Lincoln at Avenue A. 5 minutes down.
1210.
1210.
Mr. Coons,
Miami, can I get the QTR that the call was received at the station and the QTR of the first unit?
Squad 5 taking that call for the engine.
Ms. Klobuchar, no.
First shuttle out team, we have one female subject laying in the grass in the McDonald's parking lot.
So the call came in at 13.
Receive.
And the first unit took an arrival at Terry.
First number, okay.
I'm showing an arrival at
13.
13.
You should be clear, I have a camera.
Or 1310. Took an arrival 1313.
QSL, thank you.
Let's get on 1346. The unit race.
4111.
Code 3 Northwest, equipment received.
Can you try call back after complaint step out?
I have a neighbor from 445 Ashland. They know the neighbor here at 441. They're going to give him a call. Saying he does landscaping and cuts grass and stuff.
Miss Rosen, no.
Go ahead. Dispatcher's letter 2.
Yeah, on the station.
Letter 2.
28.
Out of service around
Sam.
Out of service around
404. Sam.
Receive.
6404.
First name's going to be Romeo. Can you check 119 video? 0211 of 1964.
Dispatch from Squad 5.
Squad 5.
Mr. Paul.
304.
Aye.
1114.
Miami, show me phone readings.
Coleman Jane Mikey, Engineer Mikey, Prime Major, 47, 54 CID, the strike, CSV 1101, working 3 months 1, 1248.
02 dispatch.
Go ahead.
Go ahead and get CPT. I'll give you the exact location in a minute, Miami.
Yes, sir.
1165.
And then next 71 for the down 4101 I-69, 4101 I-69, 5 police shopping center, usually 204, VUS 1248.
I'm not sure if we're going to
60 dispatch.
55.
631 channel view. It'll show me 0906.
West, you 2 0, so.
1348.
Yeah, he's getting text messages from his brother.
10-4, dispatch is squad 5 right now. We're getting something worked out.
1312, right?
1312.
13, Charlie.
Which question?
1349.
Dispatch from squad 5. After reading the notes, can you go ahead and dispatch a medic unit to our call as well?
Sanders, Mr. Sanders.
332.
No.
I mean, reference to the 60.
Copy, you're working on units 1 or 2.
3382 back. Disregard my mouth. Just right channel 1.
No, we're doing 50.
No, not for tomorrow. I didn't have anything.
I'll be en route to the Christi house. My mileage is 75250. And I'm with a 6-year-old juvenile.
Yes, I'll show you around there. 1349.
Let me get with Vanessa, because I think she's working on it.
Versus, you will be around for 5
Should have an answer by the time you guys come in.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 45, and the confirmation is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Rebecca L. Tableson of Wisconsin to be United States Circuit Judge for the 7th Circuit, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Rebecca L. Tableson of Wisconsin to be the United States Circuit Court Judge for the 7th Circuit shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin.
168, can you create a call reference disorderly conduct here at the cafeteria?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to have to hold this call. My unit has a flat. I'm going to be at 19th and Prescott.
121, 2701 Walton.
Going to be unit 7422, and I do have a spare.
2701 Walton, 10-4.
Dispatch back 2. You can show us clear. We're canceled on scene. No patient contact.
10-4. Nope,
1321 Bravo. 1321 V. 09 13 112 Northeast 41st Street. That's good. 1352. 1165 alright. 1165 1352
Apartment G8 at Latitude Apartments, PSB 6002, Call Chief Capital and Saratoga, working on fire, dispatch 1252.
Okay, each other. Oh, nope, towards the complaint.
No, the 290
TJ, I'll clear the radio shop now, and I'll head to that call. I'll check out the leopard and golf away.
Miami, what time did the station receive the call of dispatch and arrival?
Call received at 1314. You were dispatched at 1319. And arrival shows 1344.
140 arriving.
140 arrived.
Control Pavilion, ferry landings open, gates 102 and 135 are locked.
That's fine.
Go ahead, you just watch.
1213, 1113, kiss one.
1113.
Over.
1113.
We have another spot over here, too.
And 110, company Robert, X-ray 2204.
Someone to text 911 and intoxicated male yelling, saying that the provider did his night.
CCPD runs on hands for location.
Delta 260, I'll be out on them now.
$11 Papa.
Corpus?
This is Medic 12, code 1, shoreline at 0.
1160. I'm going your way, Corpus.
10-4, I don't think we've got fire department in town.
12 way. Received, thank you.
IBM is 43665. Can you pitch in a 42 day net, please?
Yes, 1354, line.
1209.
Mr. Fetterman,
1209.
Mrs. Fisher, Mr.
09,
Gallego,
IBM 43106. 08 at North Station.
Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley,
12, 13,
Mr.
11,
Heinrich,
14, this one.
Mr. Hickenlooper,
1114.
1114 QS code.
Yes, line.
Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee,
71.
Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff,
220, do we have any local units in the south line?
Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mr. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy,
Delta 260 out of the mail.
Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune,
4213.
Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner,
Received.
4213.
Mr.
34 on the call.
Ms. Warren,
3435A. Train cleared. Fires out.
Mr.
Lights are no longer flashing.
White House,
Proceeding.
I'll show you responding to my
Mr. Wicker,
Rotating to the floor.
Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young,
418, short 27 in the bus, no passenger.
690.
I'm on 763.
I'm trying to complain it. They advised of threats of bodily harm by two neighbors towards the complainant, 1357. 4213.
QSO from us.
4212.
Senators voting in the affirmative. Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moody, Marino, Mullen, Hall, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of Florida,
Can you
Scott
show
of
me on
South
the 22
Carolina,
that just occurred?
Sullivan,
The address going to be 1860 Northwest 4A Street.
He was just sleeping. They canceled the medics.
Senators voting in the negative. Baldwin, Booker, Cantwell, Coons,
It's going to be a red Tacoma pickup truck.
Fetterman,
Gallego,
Heinrich, Kane,
Charlie
Kennedy, King,
He said that it just occurred at least about 10 minutes ago.
Lujan, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Smith, Warner, Waller, White House, and Wyden.
Time delay at 13:58. Bravo. 11. Good afternoon, Miami. Show me 09, IBM 42746.
654 Garham Road, Corpus Christi, is right next to the Flaco Pole. The Flaco Pole.
1323 Bravo.
1323.
Good afternoon, Miami. Can you show me 09, 46234? And can you please see 43 from 39 to 62 on this scan of Federal Highway?
Cancel 1359, Mike.
4424.
4424.
My channel's tied up. Can you please me on a 10 Central Open Workout?
Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kelly, no.
1400. Units for information, channel 5 units on route, 315, 1633 North Bay Shore, 1633 Bay Shore. Building fire at 1400.
Mr. Markey, no.
Alright, see you on when I can. Alright.
915.
915, radio check.
Loud and clear.
Mr. Young.
40 riding. Yes, sir. There wasn't nobody there.
Okay, 10-4. 10-4.
Mr. Welch, no.
What's 16
4130, clear. Can you show me that main report?
Hey, so when you get a chance, can you swing by Stables and Coleman, please?
Mr. Van Hollen.
4130,
no.
$42.22.
Mr. Warner.
Corpus shoreline 0.0,
no.
Dispatch from engine 10.
4222.
19 both units, please, on 16 Charlie. There's 2136.
What's the other unit?
The shoreline, take up for 4221 miles.
Let's get some both units on 1402, units stand by.
Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Hirono, no.
You have a 65?
Dispatch to Coleman now. We should be at your facility in about 5 minutes.
Mommy, can you dispatch a PSA here, reference ID?
Sorry, one second. Can I have...
Yeah, that's one. How far are you? Even though I do process?
Hello, 120, clear.
Dispatch 9 o'clock.
1112 Papa.
Are you showing so far?
65.
Are you? 2220.
334.
Tim, you can give me a call to 1034 Manchester for a welfare check. I'll be in right.
Yeah. 2293, do we have something?
4150, cancel that second rotation. There's station for
10-4, we do have a pending call for an alarm over at 552 La Costa K. 522 La Costa K. It's going to be a alarm coming from the entry-exit garage side door, guest house, and also the garage entry door. There's 140 right.
168.
Go ahead.
Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley.
168. Can I get a case
No.
number, please?
468. It's 1585. 1585.
Oh, 121. So after that call, that's Kitty.
Will be for nuisance just occurred 1023 City.
122.
Yeah, 1165.
Can you have burglary, Chris?
I'll be clear. EAB and 334 is going to be out here a little bit. He's getting his MDT work on.
35 1306.
Want me to have burglary?
774.
Very.
Are you low, Jerry? You copy?
$33 to 20 say he was en route to that alarm, or did you still need someone to take it?
Ten four. City maintenance is getting some stop signs set out.
Oh, I see the bus stop. I couldn't see it because of the sign. Okay, thank you.
Oh, stand by, just to make sure the line don't get long again. And I'll be available for calls. 10-4.
1112, bro.
Miss Slotkin. Miss Slotkin. No.
67.
You're coming in with Carrie and Kiss verify. If you're transmitting, you're not coming through.
09 at 13 Joliet, 67th Street and 15th Avenue.
15 and 6 Avenue.
Medic and vital help.
1315.
Medic and vital help.
Off.
Please thank you, okay?
No.
Verify the units are 13 or 779.
The call is going to be 34-9. We tried to locate the firearm in question, unable to locate, and the subject wasn't able to provide any proof.
Remember, you don't want to go too far because it's getting dry too fast.
Coming 34-9.
Medic 72.
Yeah, stay close to us, but don't give it a heavy shot. Give it like a light shot. I just need some water on it. I need to suffocate that dirt. I don't need it too heavy. If it's too heavy and too much water will come up with oil and... Yes, sir. Perfect.
648. Charlie.
Alright, thank you, sir.
Call for engine 5, unknown man down at 1826 Leopard, 1826 Leopard at G&L Detail. He is the 1004 Cross Street, North Valley, and Scope Street, working off of fire dispatch at 1309.
Repeat 4213 and 1408, mine.
4109.
Mommy to the unit with radio number 0242.
Young, Victor 319. Young, Victor 319.
Hey, Mike, I'm going to give Sosa some water real quick.
So, Miami, can you advise at what time 4115 advise back to the fire?
Alright, careful.
Yes, good evening. I'm Wilmington.
343. Route 11 today. 11
12. 4113.
1501 Northwest Boulevard.
4113 and 1409 Miami.
Charlie, case number.
Mr. Schumer, no.
I'm sorry, you said on 10-9?
Dispatch from Medic 1011, 4.4.
4.4, receive 193.
Good afternoon. 094704, and trying to place me on 05.
No, that's fine. Apparently I didn't even have John anymore, and I had Jesus Vega and another one, and then Melissa. But she lives in London, and he lives with, and Gene that goes to the same.
Yeah, just leave it. Oh, yeah, leave it right there.
I got the rate at 20.2.
My PDD is on Harvard. My PDD is on Harvard.
No, that last little bit I was on 40.
Be out at MC Court.
Go ahead. Yes, we have another 27 caught up to you. Still 60.
Anyway, he really got from the rough. He's doing good.
Okay, do you get relieved anytime soon?
Yes, sir, about,
How are we doing in the world? How much you got left?
Paul?
Code 28612, radio 0377.
Okay, you get relieved at Staples Street?
639.
1100.
Okay, so we're doing good? Too many drivers, right?
You haven't already and drop off only?
933 865 865.
10-4.
Mr. Bozeman, I.
The lock will turn and click, but it will not release.
That makes sense because it's taking about 6.5 trucks to where they are usually.
Mrs. Gillibrand,
So it seems on pace.
no.
129 rewrote me.
120, 170. Williams and Niles.
Miss Also Brooks, no.
Alright, 10-4. Yeah, we don't want it too high though, because remember, it's going to be 1 o'clock, so it'll start getting hot.
Just tell me how it goes.
15, medic 91, medic 15, medic 91, diabetic emergency on road 949, on road. Route Charlie 120 and Charlie 123. Street D at Capri Channel, Boatman. ESD 1509, Cross Street, Highway 361. Orson off of VMS 1 at 13.
It's going to be 1799 Northwest 35th.
Yeah, we're leaving up 50 because when we had it on 30, we wasn't doing that good. It was just leaking 120 for the Meyer, for 125, for Positive.
168.
Dispatch from Medic 13.
Medic 12.
1315.
168.
It's going to be a 7751. No, but
168, go ahead.
Charlie 275, right? Give RP a call back.
11 to base, did you copy base?
Oh, yeah, they're
11 to base, did you copy base?
We're still there.
1110,
Okay, Thomas, you got 4 trucks. Michael.
1110, supposed to be
Okay, Thomas, you got 4 trucks. Michael.
going by the call on Northwest 5 and 69.
I can make my
And then you can show me on that.
34 BS, I just need to make a back on time.
Show me clear Caffey and route to vet.
Call for medic 14, medic 14, call at 7514 SPID, 7514 SPID, ESD 1111, working off of fire dispatch at 1313. One blue Maverick truck, other vehicles, Silver, Toyota Corolla, Charlie 120, RDS security vehicle, signal security. Other vehicles, the G-Track, the Mexico, they pull into the center median in front of the Planet Fitness, oh really, and then
I should have go to London and say drop off.
0331.
And now it gave me Gene Simmons. Back over here, supposed to Gary from CCPD, but I already had that.
Medic 3 from Engine 5.
Alright, Michael, tell me when to stop.
You can see it now, Thomas.
I'll try to take it off. If it doesn't take it off and it goes back to your route, then it's there. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know if you're aware of
I know it's not
him
here.
as shows. Are you aware of doing something about that or no? Is she here or no? Okay, that's fine. I just didn't want to change anything if you had already, did something else. Okay, that's fine. I'll take care of it. Thank you.
Making contact with 2 parties. Copy plate, Tom Mary Mary 5668, Tom Mary Mary 5668.
Alright, I thought we were Tandem's Park. Perfect, thank you.
Tom Mary 95668, that's what he told me. I did not go back to the RP. He said that his was broken too as well, so it's going to be taken on.
Hey, then I think you should go down to 45 or 40 because it's picking up on the tires.
Make it 2149 Northwest 24 Court.
And what's the reference?
Actually 2179 Northwest 24 Court. Reference a boat that was dumped here.
Now we're getting traffic. What are you shooting now, Hewlett?
Okay.
No.
45.
Okay,
45.
Charlie 130, just notate 446 Ashland had 32 video footage of the incident.
Yeah, I was here to go 45. 446 Ashland has video footage of the incident.
Careful. 706 F4215.
Air 20 clear. You can add me that.
20 to 33.
Route 32 beach 10-8 from the yard base.
Good story, good Tiger 10-4. Highway 260, I'm going to start you and off the Delta side at Port and Swan.
That's good, Thomas.
15 and Charlie. There, I have no Delta yet, so we'll give me access to that vehicle.
I'll just go first side.
I'm going to check it out.
26 on 1040 actively chasing it, or did it pull over?
What's the GTA?
Looks like they're possibly actively pursuing possibly going southbound on Coast at Coast and Tiger, going 50 miles an hour, medium traffic.
3rd Avenue.
The lots of beats are going to be passing Coast and Holly right now. We pass Coast and Holly, 10-4.
4522 Papa, just on F147.
He will first.
Level 1, let's go south, 10-4.
Deepest.
Yeah, 10-4. Hey, is this 2 dropping off? I know he was working on it on the Delta side.
1313.
I'm showing Delta on handle the 2 down. I'm not sure if they've been advised of that call yet.
No, then it looks much better at 45 than 50.
I'll be saying someone told me to call the sheriff's office to give us that for gas. Let me switch it. My wife's negative. She said she could go figure it out.
60 years of age.
10-4. Okay, 10-4.
NIV has not been answering his calls. Neighbors advised.
Alright, Mr. Barnes, this is the conversation on water coming up.
At 1417.
610064.
Working on it right now.
Airport 20, you came in recorded. Could you repeat?
Can you repeat the door?
It's that H2-1 to Sterling South.
All vehicles are available, 10-4.
1262.
2113, 834,
134, rear check and
1262,
10-4.
Charlie 120, can you copy plate Victor Young Sam 4515 1 rotation?
113.
German.
Fair unit, I can 15 up 05. 1560, Northwest 34th Street. 29 to base.
10-4 is going to be 6321, 6321.
Charlie 120, can I get a crash number?
3 Charles 152, 3 Charles 100. They are approaching on patrol 2 to black pickup truck.
I.
12 way, I'm on this channel.
Go down, go down, go down.
Linda.
4111.
Yeah, Linda, I don't know if you know, but I passed by the school camps. One of the tires is missing.
Charlie 26. I'm at Carroll and
Yes, sir, they came took it off because it doesn't look like good, so I called them.
1516 off West 34th Street, 1419. 4111.
You sure it's back in service, they're just resting.
That's good.
PD's not needed.
The unit raising.
906.
411 Tucson, 1419.
1214.
1214.
Canberra supervisor respond to the front station front lobby reference to citizen complaint.
Supervisor to respond to the front desk, front lobby.
Go ahead.
In reference to the man down at Williams and Isle, medics advice PD was not needed.
Any notes and supervisor to respond to the front desk.
Go ahead and check out on Weber. He's trying to do a call out right
Can you
now.
give us a QA, too?
It is QA 6900 Northwest Fifth Avenue, QA.
Ms. Ernst, I.
Come on, 1321.
Second plate, Henry Frank Paul, 5521.
And then give it some gas when you take off from there, and then when you get to where you left off, I guess, go back to your normal pace.
120, and you're off 521.
Hey, Thomas, you still have a visual on my markings that I laid off for you?
Looks like made a decent contact. Yeah, guys, it looks like they made contact. 49 over.
DB32. Yeah, I'm into that pursuit. That came from Delta.
Yes, sir, I'm showing 83-5, the Sterling Hangar 3.
Yeah, I'm into that pursuit.
Route 33, radio check, 10-8 from you.
1806.
That's the 10-4.
Show us in Route 35902.
Okay, come on, tell us, take off, he's getting closer.
Yo, I'm getting no,
on this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 45.
Okay.
The motion to invoke cloture on the nomination of Rebecca Davidson is agreed to.
No, I don't.
The clerk will report the nomination.
The Judiciary, Rebecca L. Tableson of Wisconsin, to be United States Circuit Judge for the 7th Circuit.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, just to remind our colleagues, we've had it now a series 3 votes and a couple of them on judges, but one of the votes in there was on a Senator Johnson proposal that would have paid all federal employees who are currently working in the middle of a shutdown. Now, I don't know how you explain, if you have any federal employees, how you would vote against something that would make sure that in the middle of government shutdown, if they continue to work, that they get paid. That's all it was. Very simple, very straightforward. And I, for the life of me, again, I think the other side is in a very bad headspace right now to vote against something like that. If you have any federal employees in your state, obviously a lot of them here in this area, all of our staffs are currently not getting paid. Senator Johnson tried to correct that today by calling up a bill, which we just voted on, in which, once again, Democrats
And also, I believe county supervisor will
we have in front of us, we have a dozen votes now on the continuing resolution that would open up the government. That has been sitting at the desk now for some time. The House has passed it. We need 5 Democrats to join us. Send it to the President. He will sign it into law. The government opens up. It's clean. It's nonpartisan. There are no policy riders, no partisan gimmicks attached to it. It's a straightforward continuing resolution to fund the government.
Can we get another law?
Senator Johnson is really more straightforward than that, really, because it simply said that if you are a federal employee, like everybody here, I can't explain what's going on, and on the other side of the aisle,
Highway 181 and
consistently come down here and vote against
Texas, William King George 524. Repeat, William King George 524.
That was the vote we had just a couple of votes. President, I ask unanimous consent to postpone the time to suspend Senate vote on confirmation of the nomination time to be determined by the majority.
I've got 500 gallons left where I'm sitting right now.
Leader no earlier than Monday, October the 27th. Further, if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
With that objection.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the major.
So we are still
The question is on the motion.
northbound Everhard coming up to Cedar
All in favor,
Pass.
say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider executive calendar number 295.
Dispatch ready 3.
The question is on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Code 1 shoreline 0.
The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Jordan Emery Pratt of Florida to be United States District Judge for the Middle District. Undersigned senators in accordance with the provisions of
Negative. They have it on their phones, but I'll see it goes on the computer.
Emery Pratt of Florida to be United States District Judge for the Middle District of Florida, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent to reading the names be waived,
Without objection.
and I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion's agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider executive calendar number 457.
The question is on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination.
Can we change my call just to
Edmund G.
criminal
McClure Jr. of Alabama to be United States District Judge for the Northern District of Alabama.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, hereby move to close debate on the nomination of Edmund G. McClure Jr. of Alabama to be United States District Judge for the Northern District of Alabama, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent to reading the names be waived.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Couple of topics I'd like to talk about. First, the government shutdown. I don't know what.
Hey, I'm sure you got this, Hewitt.
We will talk about the Affordable Care Act at the right time, starting with the idea it's not affordable. And you created.
All right, that's too much for you to blow out.
You had the subsidies expire. That was your choice.
Well, what I'll do after this is I'll just go refill.
That the Obamacare program you created is.
Why are you in a rush? Wasn't late.
And we're not going to extend it. We would look at trying to make it better. The president has a brilliant idea about how better to use the money to help consumers. Senator Marshall just left. So we're not going to, whether you open the government up or not, I'm not going to change my vote. I'm not going to vote to authorize these subsidies as they are. I'm not going to vote to repeal the good work we did under the big, beautiful bill. So let's open up the government and talk.
And if you don't want to do that, then a lot of people are going to have their lives turned upside down for no good reason. Because I don't feel like we should be held hostage here to get a legislative outcome to open up the government. We tried that as Republicans. You got to build the wall or we won't open the government. It's probably not a good idea for us. Didn't work out well for us, and nothing else learned from what we did. So I'm hoping that we'll open soon. Dangerous time to have the federal government not functioning in the security space. It's danger for air travel, but if you haven't noticed, the world's a pretty dangerous place. So I want to talk about two things, China and Russia. President Trump is traveling. I think he's going to meet Chinese President Xi. I don't mind talking with people that I disagree with. I like the fact that President Trump has reached out to adversaries, found common ground to end conflicts that have been very destructive. So when it comes to President Trump and Russia, he's made a full at the table to find a way to end the bloodbath in Ukraine, to make it an outcome that's acceptable to all parties. I don't think President Trump's out to humiliate Putin, but he does want to end the war in a way that we don't have a third invasion. So I appreciate what he's done. It's been very aggressive effort to engage the parties. In the past, we kind of ignored Putin. I don't think that's the right solution. But we've come to a point now where every time President Trump talks about a proposal to end the bloodbath, Putin has a reason not to get there. The latest proposal by President Trump is to have a ceasefire in place. Stop the fighting, stop the killing at the line of contact, go back to your respective sides, and we'll sit down and find a way forward to get a comprehensive deal. That's the best proposal from anybody. Ukraine said yes, Europe said yes, Putin says no. Good. That's what I'm looking for. Stop this war. They meet their war aims. Well, let me tell Russia, your war aims are not going to be accepted by the United States and Ukraine. Putin said today that he would respond fiercely if we increase the Ukrainian military.
Shaved head on the side, is a ponytail, blonde hair, striped shirt, short shorts, and painted fingernails.
I don't want anything Russia has.
RP and offer his
I just want the war to end in an honorable and just way. So if you expect Ukraine to give you territory that you don't occupy today, that would create a pathway to Kyiv in the future, make them very vulnerable to a third invasion, it's not going to happen. And I know Putin could care less about how many Russians die. They say 1 million casualties. I don't know. Who knows? I know this. His respect for life is pretty low. North Koreans, people from all over the Russian provinces have been thrown into a meat grinder, and he could really care less. He does care about his own lifestyle. Beyond that, I don't think he cares less. Could care less. His economy is selling cheap oil and gas to fuel his war machine. So he's selling gas and oil well below market prices, Putin, to get the money to continue the attack on Ukraine.
Yes, I'm over here with
President Trump, myself, and many others are suggesting to those who buy cheap Russian oil and gas, stop them so they can find a way to get Putin to the peace table. The largest 3 customers buying Russian oil and gas that do not help Ukraine are China and Brazil. If those 3 customers told Trump it's time to wind this war because without oil and gas money, you can't prosecute
but it was not that at 501.
I understand wanting to buy cheap Russian oil,
Call for Medic 8, Medic 8, fall at 1514 18th Street, ESV 3377, cross street Elizabeth McKenzie, looking at the fire dispatch at 1330.
From others by force of arms. I've been told that our friends in India are very proud. You have a lot to be proud of. I've been told that our friends in India are trying to find a way to be less dependent on Russian oil. To our friends in India, well done. Before the invasion back then, India was buying 3% of their oil from Russia. After the invasion, it went up to almost 30%. Why? They were buying it below market prices from Russia, refining it in India and selling it at a profit. That's not something to be proud of. I'm hopeful that you're going to abandon that practice to get us to a place where we can end the war in Russia and stop the killing. So there's some progress there. As to China, if President Xi called Putin tomorrow and said, it's now time to wind this conflict down, you need to get to the peace table, I think Putin would not have much of a choice. China is the #1 customer of Russian oil. If they made a decision tomorrow to change that practice, then I think Putin's ability to prosecute the war would hit a wall. Now, President Trump is going to talk to Xi.
At 3633 Sophie Drive, 3633 Sophie Drive, ESV 9010.
China is a communist dictatorship. I'm no fan of the Chinese Communist Party. To say otherwise would be misleading. Having said that, there are times that we can do business with China for the betterment of all of us. This is one of those times. I'm hoping that when President Trump meets with President Xi, if that happens, that he will be able to persuade President Xi it's now time to end the bloodbath in Ukraine. I need your help to get Putin to the table. And to China, if you were able to do that, I think it would open up opportunities between you, the United States, China and the United States, and the Western world to have a better relationship. If China wants to be a meaningful member of the international community and wants to be treated better, then act better. If you want to be treated normally, act normal. So, to China, you have the power to help end this war. I would urge you to work with President Trump to achieve that goal. It will make the world a better place, and I think it would inure to the benefit of China. Sanctions were put on the 2 largest oil companies in Russia yesterday by Secretary Pheasant at the direction of President Trump. I think President Trump has come to believe that Putin doesn't want a ceasefire at the line of contact, and everybody but him does. And I hope President Trump's new policy will be, I'm not going to talk to Russia anymore until they agree to a ceasefire at the line of contact like Ukraine has. Once that agreement is reached, then we can sit down and try to end this war. I hope you'll tell President Xi that you have the chance to help me in this war. Please do. I, along with the presiding officer of the Senate, many of us, 85 co-sponsors, we have legislation allowing President Trump at his choice to impose tariffs on countries that buy cheap Russian oil to prop up Putin's war machine that don't help Ukraine, and that would be China. So President Trump has used tariffs robustly, I think, to the benefit of our country. If he decides to go down the road of going after Putin's customers, he would have the blessing of the Congress, the House and the Senate. I can't think of an issue that's brought us together as a body in the Senate more than the desire to end this war in Ukraine and to use all the tools available to help President Trump get Putin's attention. The fact that Democratic colleagues, who are probably not a big fan of this president, are willing to empower the president to have tariff authority given to him by the Congress, that would be bulletproof in court, speaks well to them.
That's negative.
And it speaks loudly to the idea that the Senate is united when it comes to standing up to Putin and those who prop him up to end this bloodbath. This bill has been around for a long time. People ask me all the time, what's going to happen? I think President Trump has made a decision that a ceasefire in place is the right way to start discussions about how to end the war, and I hope he will stick with that position. I will expect the Senate to move the legislation I just described, the Russian Sanctions Act, that allows secondary tariffs against countries that buy cheap Russian oil. I would expect us to move that fairly soon. The Senate also has passed legislation making Russia a state sponsor of terrorism under U.S. law. There are 4 countries that fall in that category. Russia would be the 5th for kidnapping over 19,000 Ukrainian children in the occupied areas. This is a very big deal to many of us. We've gone to Ukraine, we've heard the stories that Russia has occupied about 20-something% of Ukraine, and they've literally taken Ukrainian children from their families, sent them to Russia, in indoctrination camps to turn these Ukrainian children against their own country. It's despicable. And it's not 200. I do believe the number is closer to 20,000. We have a lot of evidence, and I'll have a hearing in the Foreign Operations Subcommittee about it. But the bill making Russia a state sponsor of terrorism for kidnapping the children went through the Foreign Relations Committee yesterday unanimously. It's ready to come to the floor. And I can't think of a better description of Putin's Russia than a state sponsor of terrorism.
Call for engine 4,
You've
medic
earned
6,
that distinction.
engine 4, medic
Now,
6,
if you'll turn the children
emergency
over,
at
that goes
57,
away.
2019,
But he denies
57,
really the
2019,
fact that he's
ESV
taken
1408,
children
Cross
away
Street,
from their
Briarwood,
families
Eagerwood,
to
working
Russia.
off of the
He's
MS1
lying.
at 1341, 216, 290,
lying
for the
through his
vehicle,
teeth. So that's coming.
John,
And there are $300 billion of frozen Russian assets overseas. And we have legislation here, and others, that would take that money for the benefit of Ukraine. All 3 of these pieces of legislation are right. They're ready to go. And after this last rebuff by Putin of President Trump, now's the time to act. There's supposed to be a meeting in President Trump and President Putin. The goal was to have a ceasefire at the line of contact. Ukraine said yes immediately. Comes to find that Russia has not changed its position at all. So I don't think that meeting is going to occur, and that's a good thing. No more meeting with Putin until he changes his behavior. I think now's the time to put pressure on economically. Now's the time to make Ukraine more lethal when it comes to defending itself with tomahawks. President Trump is right, it's a complicated weapon system. But I would like to see some tomahawks transferred to Europe and start a training program so that Ukrainians one day would be able to utilize these weapons. Now, why would we want that weapon? It could go deep into Russia and knock out factories that make drones that come from Iran, and destroy missile factories that are used to terrorize the Ukrainian people at night.
Thank you.
I think we have a moment here to act decisively with our European partners. I appreciate what President Trump has done to try to solve this conflict through diplomacy. I appreciate what he's done to make Ukraine more lethal, providing more weapons by selling to Europe weapons to the benefit of Ukraine. I appreciate the sanctions that were imposed yesterday, and I think they're having a beneficial effect already. But I think we need to do more. So, as President Trump engages President Xi, it's my hope that the Chinese will change their position about this war and work with President Trump to get Putin's attention and find a way to end the bloodbath honorably and justly. Now, why do I keep talking about China? There is no way Putin can prosecute this war if China decided to isolate Russia and stop buying
Yes,
your
sir.
coal. And we would find ways to help China with their oil needs so they wouldn't be at a loss.
I'm in place down to 50.
If that happened, then this war would end pretty quickly. So, to President Trump,
66, box
good luck.
475.
I'm glad you're talking to China about a bunch of things, including trade. I'm sure you'll talk about the recent efforts of the Chinese Communist Party to go after Christians in an unprecedented way in China. Christian churches under assault. We have a lot of differences in China. But if China wants to change its relationship with the United States, you have a chance in the next few days in a positive way. To China. If I and others believed that you used your influence with Putin to end this bloodbath in Ukraine, it would be the benefit of you over time. I would respond differently than I have in the past. I think Western Europe would respond differently than they have in the past. So this is an opportunity for China to do something good for the world. You have it in your power to get Putin's attention unlike anybody else on the planet. I would urge you to use that power in the bloodbath. And if you choose to continue to buy cheap Russian oil to fuel Putin's war machine to benefit your economy, then you should not be surprised that we push back hard. It's your choice. But I am speaking for most everybody in this body where we believe the time has come for China, India, and Brazil to stop profiting off this war. The time has come to end this bloodbath. And to China, India, and Brazil, you have the power, if you would use it, to get Putin's attention like no one else on the planet. To India, you're definitely moving in the right direction. China made some announcements today about maybe reducing their purchases of Russian oil. All of this is good. And the reason I keep talking about this is I've concluded that unlike anybody else on the planet, China can, if they choose to, help us end this war better than anybody. So I'm appealing to President Xi to help President Trump end a war that should have been ended a long time ago. And I'm very concerned that this war continues, and the relationship between the United States and China is going to get worse, not better, and I seek it to be better. So, Madam President, you've been involved in everything I've just said. You've been one of the leading champions of protecting the Ukrainian children kidnapped by the Russians. You're one of the first people that sponsored the legislation. You've been to Ukraine numerous times. I know you have a personal relationship with Ukraine. It goes back a long time ago when you were actually involved with Ukraine and Ukrainian families spending some time there. You have been a strong, consistent voice that Russia needs to stop. We need to end the war, not continue the war. And to my Senate colleagues, you've been asking me a long time, when are we going to move your bill? It's not my bill, it's our bill. The time has come. I'm hoping and I believe the majority leader agrees. The time has come. We'll wait to see what happens in China. But if nothing changes in China, then we have a week, I believe, where this body focuses on applying pressure against Russia to end this conflict for the betterment of the world. For that I yield.
1225. Miami, I'm on a 34 at number 180. I'm not sure if it's been handled already. 180 Northwest 71st Street.
I rise today to honor my friend and great American, Richard Moe, who we lost to Parkinson's disease at the age of 88 on September 15th of this year. Dick leaves behind a legacy that shaped Minnesota and our country and my own life and career. And Madam President, I understand that some of Richard Moe's family are visiting us in the gallery today, and I want to, through you, welcome them to the chamber. From leading Minnesota's Democratic Farmer Labor Party at only 32, to serving as chief advisor to Walter Mondale in the Senate and the White House, to spending 17 years as president of the National Trust for Historic Preservation, Dick leaves behind a remarkable legacy of public service. Dick was born in Duluth, Minnesota, fondly called the San Francisco of the Great Lakes to those of us who love it. He was born there in 1936. He became active in Minnesota politics at a very young age. At 24, and right out of college, he volunteered to be a driver for Minneapolis Mayor Hubert Humphrey when he was running first for the Senate. Dick was, as I said, Humphrey's driver, and reportedly was so nervous driving the great man around that he drove Humphrey right into a gate at one point. An event that thankfully does not occur in Duluth for him. A few years later, when he was only 32, Humphrey recruited Dick to lead Minnesota's Democratic Farmer Labor Party, and there Dick showed really exceptional political intuition and skill, where he led Minnesota Democrats to win majorities in the state legislature for the first time ever. His political and organizing skills caught the eye of Senator Walter Mondale, who recruited Dick to come work on his Washington staff, and soon Dick became Mr. Mondale's chief of staff and one of his closest advisors. And among one of his many accomplishments, Dick continued to show prescient political insight by hiring a bright-eyed young Minnesotan named Amy Klobuchar to be an intern for Walter Mondale. Now, Amy will be here to tell you the rest of the story. I think it's fair to say that Dick loved the Senate, and he believed strongly in the power of this institution to do good in people's lives. He understood that politics is about making the very most of the power that you have for good. One of my favorite stories comes from 1976, when Jimmy Carter was considering Walter Mondale as vice president. So Fritz balked at the idea at first. He had heard some of the horror stories about how LBJ treated his friend Hubert Humphrey, and he was very negative to the idea of the vice presidency. But Dick encouraged Mondale to keep an open mind, and then he invited Humphrey over to the Senate to talk the whole idea through. And Humphrey was really clear. He said, Fritz, you'll get more done up there in 2 days than you'll get done here in 2 years. And so Fritz and Joan and Dick, as I understand it, went down to Plains, Georgia to meet the Carters. Now, Fritz always said that Joan charmed the Carters, and that sealed the deal. And I'm sure that there is a lot of proof to that. But after that meeting, Dick told Mr. Mondale that he needed to write down on paper what he wanted the job of vice president to be. And so the two of them talked, and then Dick drafted a memo that laid out the template for the modern vice president. After the election, they presented their ideas to President-elect Carter, and Carter agreed. And that job, that memo, turned what had been a torture to Hubert Humphrey was reimagined by Walter Mondale and Jimmy Carter, thanks to Dick Moe. Vice President Mondale had an office in the West Wing because they understood that proximity to the Oval and to decision-making was essential. Mondale got the information and the security briefings and the respect that allowed him to truly be a true advisor and trusted confidant to the president, not just a public and somebody who was designated to go to funerals. And Richard Moe became chief of staff to the vice president and senior advisor to President Carter. Many years later, Madam President, when Governor Mark Dayton asked me to be his lieutenant governor, I consulted my friend Walter Mondale. Did he think this was a good idea? And characteristically, Mondale was a little skeptical at first. But then he called me down to his office, and he had a mission in mind. I came in, and I sat down, and Mondale shouted out to Linda, his longtime personal assistant. He said, Linda, get me Dick's memo.
129
So he handed me Dick Moe's 11-page revolutionary tract on how to change the role of the second in command. Take a look at this, says Mondale in his understated way. I think it might give you a few ideas. So I used that memo to write my own memo to Governor Dayton, so together we were able to transform that role of lieutenant governor in Minnesota. And I remember saying to Mark, "You're no Jimmy Carter, and I am no Walter Mondale, but I think there's some good things for us to take to heart here." And that changed my life.
Miami, could you send
I love this story because at its heart, I was a chief of staff, and Dick was a staffer, and as a former staff, I appreciate great staff. And he was the consummate staffer, Dick Moe. But what happens next in his story is how Dick left behind the role of advisor and became a principal in his own right. When the Carter-Mondale ticket lost badly, in 1980, Dick regrouped. He practiced law for a while, and he dedicated himself to his love of American history. And he wrote a book called The Last Full Measure about Minnesota's famous 1st Regiment in the Battle of Gettysburg. This led him to leading the National Trust where he served as president of in that role, he had a significant hand in preserving some of our country's most precious buildings and historic sites, and shaping how cities and small towns preserve the unique main streets and downtowns that give these communities a sense of place. His book, Changing Places, changed how downtowns were imagined. And he called out how big box stores were destroying what's precious and unique about these communities that we love. He marshaled famous historians and grassroots organizers to protect the Manassas battlefield from being overrun by a Disney theme park. And he was one of the first people to go to New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina to highlight the need to restore historically black neighborhoods decimated by the storms. And his fondest achievement was the restoration of a Gothic revival home that President Lincoln used as a refuge for his family during the hot Washington summers of the Civil War. You can all visit President Lincoln's cottage in Washington, D.C. thanks to Dick. And in fact, Madam President, I believe we had a women's, and Senator Klobuchar, I believe we had a women's Senate dinner there ourselves and enjoyed that beautiful place that Dick protected and restored for all of us. So when I came to the Senate in 2018, Dick reached out to me immediately, and he became a trusted advisor to yet another Minnesota senator. He gave me wise counsel and in so many ways helped me to learn how to be a senator. But maybe most especially around the purpose of protecting Minnesota's boundary waters wilderness area. The boundary waters is one of the great places on this planet. It is 1 million acres of lakes and bogs and forests and streams. And as Vice President Mondale's chief of staff in the Senate, Dick helped, when they were in the presidency, Dick helped Mondale and President Carter shepherd through Congress the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness Act of 1978. This was the culmination of years of grassroots efforts to protect this place. And after all these years, Dick was still engaged in protecting the boundary waters from copper, nickel, sulfide mining. Dick understood the North Country of Minnesota. It was in his history, it was in his blood, and he understood the power of leadership to protect this special place. And I can tell you, Madam President, he was relentless. I remember once I took a call from him on New Year's Day morning. I was still in bed, and he was calling me on New Year's Day, starting the new year, and it's time for us to think about what you can do to help to protect the boundary waters. Leadership, he said, makes a big difference. And he was right. Dick loved Minnesota, he loved this country, and he believed passionately in the idea that the United States Senate has the power to do good. He was steadfast in believing that individual leaders have an obligation to do their best and be their best and live up to our highest values. I mean, I could see him sitting across from me in the Senate dining room. There we were, the elder statesman and the junior senator, and he would lean in and say to me, "Tina, I've been thinking about something that I think you could do that would make a big difference. Let me tell you about it."
Bravo, Echo, November,
Even as
Echo,
Parkinson's took its toll, and one of the last conversations I had with him was about a speech that he wanted me to give on Minnesota's values of civic participation and our collective responsibility to work together for the good of all of us.
08-12,
The tragic and wrenching murders of Melissa Hortman and Mark, her husband, and the shooting of State Senator Neil Hoffman and his wife Yvette, Dick could still see the through line of our Minnesota story. From Minnesota's first regiment sacrificing everything at Gettysburg to Humphrey and Mondale, civil rights of farmers and laborers to this moment. For Dick, this was the story of regular people called on to do the hard work of holding our democracy together, not out of partisanship, but in the spirit of building a So I have yet to deliver the speech that Dick had in mind, but I am working on it. And I am missing the inspiration of my friend and mentor, Dick Moe.
What's the top name?
We all should have someone like Dick's in our corners.
Long-lived
Wise,
should be his
kind,
name.
telling us what we need to hear, and pushing us to do better and do more for the good of all of us. Dick is loved and missed by his wife, 60 years, Julia Niemeyer Moe, by his daughter, Alexandra, and son, Andrew, his sister, Elizabeth, his two granddaughters, and many, many other family and friends, and those whose life he expanded by being a part of it. May his memory be a blessing to all of us who knew and loved him.
T-shirt, gray shorts, white shoes, and possibly a hoodie.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I first want to thank my colleague and friend, Senator Smith, for her beautiful remarks and for her friendship with Dick. And I'm sure you hear his voice all the time when you're trying to make decisions, and having that kind of person that's so grounded, not just in Minnesota, but in his values. To Washington, and that he brought with him to the Vice President's office couldn't be more important. So, Dick, and especially at a time like this, I just kept thinking as Senator Smith spoke, about how Dick cherished history instead of trampling it like we've seen some of right now. He understood that you can learn from history and that history can teach you lessons that help guide you when you have to make decisions now. So as Senator Smith mentioned, Dick was born in Duluth, not actually far away from where my dad grew up in Ely. So there's a lot of good stock up there. He was the son of Russell and Virginia Moe, and he grew up surrounded by the values that define our state: hard work and service to others, and especially northern Minnesota. So he then goes on to the University of Minnesota and gets his start in a big way by running the Democratic Farmer Labor Party, and hoped to lead that party to victory time and time again. Because like I said, he was grounded in doing the right thing, but he also was a mastermind of how to win elections and how to follow up for people and get things done. That's the path that led him to my mentor, Walter Mondale, who we all miss very, very much. I literally got to see Mondale at his highest peaks when he was vice president, and I was an intern in the office, hired by Dick when he was chief of staff. And then I got to see him back in Minnesota, where he would literally was working at the law firm with me, and I saw him in grocery lines, where he would engage in long discussions with the clerk at the grocery station on how we could get, say, peace in the Middle East, or what we should be doing about an economic crisis. And Mondale had that same thing that drew Dick Moe to him, and that was a grounding in the people that you represent. So we all know what a great job he did running that office, his Norwegian sense of humor. I know those words don't together, but it was a very dry sense of humor, and just this belief in decency. So Senator Smith recounted how Dick helped Fritz prepare for that meeting with Jimmy Carter. And I had one interesting perspective on how prepared Walter Mondale was for that meeting when I actually went to Plains a few years back and met with President Carter and Mrs. Carter. And what they told me over the pimento and cheese sandwiches the former First Lady made was that it was Walter Mondale that knew that her name was pronounced Rosalind and not Rosalind. And I have a very strong feeling that Dick Mo drilled that into Mondale's head when he down there. And Carter actually said that really stood out because a bunch of the candidates mispronounced his wife's name. Among other things, as Tina explained, this was a model that they, after getting elected, embarked on. And Dick Mo became Vice President Mondale's chief of staff. He crafted that 11-page memo that redefined the vice presidency, giving it active role in shaping policy. And he also served on President Carter's senior staff, which was very unique. That's when I got to be an intern at that time, and I still remember writing in, sending in my letter, and interviewing over the phone. I have this cherished picture in the vice president's their home backyard that Dick Mo is in with all the interns, which included me and Tom Knives, who went on to be our ambassador to Israel. It was quite an intern class, and he was there. I remember it was the first time I ever had lobster, so it's very memorable to me. And I was so eager when I got there to do these policy memos that I had talked to Dick about and write all these very smart ideas for them. And they, in fact, assigned me to do the furniture inventory of every piece of furniture in the vice president's office and write down the numbers on a spreadsheet and make sure that they were all there and turn it into some government office. And I literally crawled around on the floor for 2 weeks checking serial numbers on desks and chairs. And so the first thing I learned from all that is that Walter Mondale and his chief of staff, Dick Mo, were scrupulously honest and nothing was missing. And second was to take every job seriously. And I often share that with young people, including the interns in the Capitol. That internship that Dick Mo hired me for was my first government job in Washington, D.C., and this was my second. So I remind them, take those internships and the people you work with and the relationships, even if they're fleeting, that you form in meeting people and getting to know them, because they are oftentimes the key to your future, and never complain about what assignments that you get. So Dick Mo believed in preparing the next generation of public servants. I think Senator Smith's story of that just really says it all. Even in his later years, when he's not feeling as good, he takes that time to be such a mentor to her. So we talked about the longest serving president for the National Trust for Historic Preservation, 17-year tenure, led the efforts to rebuild so many historic neighborhoods in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina, working on restoring President Lincoln's cottage, which is just an amazing thing to think that it had not been restored, but Dick Mo knew how important that was. I don't think he saw preservation as nostalgia. I think he saw it as honoring our country and honoring the Americans that had served. And that was a lot about that book, The Last Full Measure, that I just love. And it is now recognized as the definitive history of the 1st Minnesota Regiment, which, as we know, fought for the Union in the Civil War before Minnesota was even a state. And there had been another book, the historical novel, The Killer Angels, which, won the Pulitzer Prize for fiction in 1975, but Dick felt it did not correctly account for the bravery of the Minnesotans in the 1st Minnesota, and he more than righted that wrong. So that story that I have often quoted around our state about the 262-member 1st Minnesota Regiment, which held the line against 1,600 Confederate troops while desperately needed reinforcements were brought in on the Union side, is truly worthy of the book that Dick wrote. I went with a number of senators, including Senator King and a number of Republican senators, to take a one-day deep dive on the Gettysburg battlefield site one day. And it was led by the head of the War College and another veteran member of that War College. And we went to that site. We first talked about Maine and the historic story of Maine, and then we went to the Minnesota site, which is a very big monument, but it's not nearly as much visited. And the head of the War College at the time actually started shedding a tear when he told the story, because he said, as Dick knew, the story of the 1st Minnesota was the story like no other. They asked them to hold the line, 262 men, 200, and they didn't pause. They went and did it, and we saw that open field, and they did it. 215 of them were struck down by bullets, an 82% casualty rate, the highest percentage of casualties suffered by any Union regiment in a single engagement in the entire war. That sacrifice, which Dick researched and captured, is summed up by a Churchill quote: "Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few." Those ragtag soldiers that didn't even have proper uniforms, that were farmers, that were laborers, that were part of a regiment from a state that wasn't even yet a state, stood up when it couldn't be more of a difficult burden, and they didn't hesitate, and they did their jobs. That's what Dick honored with that story, and it's something I think we all should be thinking about right now. What is truly sacrifice? What does it mean to be an American? What does it mean to stand up for your country? So to Dick's wife, Julia, and his kids, Alexandra and Andrew, the granddaughters, we send our love and gratitude. Our state is so much better, and our country is so much better because of Dick Moe. He showed us, and clearly Senator Smith, that public service is worth it. That this devotion to history is not just some ancient thing in a dusty book. It matters to now. He showed us that the ties that bind us, whether it's small towns and historic preservation of buildings like Lincoln's Cottage, mean something in the now. That history matters. And I think we all need to remember that today. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
1323. My name is you on 7 and 69. I went inside and no one actually asked for a call.
Anyone northbound on the bridge,
of the Schumer shutdown, making this the second longest shutdown in modern history. Well, Senator Schumer says, quote, "Every day gets better for Democrats. The stunt is taking a real toll on Americans." Closing the government may be a game for Washington politicians, but it's not fun for the folks in Iowa who work hard and expect Congress to do the same. A social service provider in Sioux City is facing challenges providing shelter for the homeless because the Social Security Administration is closed. The wife of a civilian employee at the Rock Island Arsenal worries that if he doesn't get paid, the family may have to dip into their daughter's college funds to make ends meet. Another frustrated constituent in Council Bluffs says, "We have families here living paycheck to paycheck. They cannot afford food, much less health care." An employee of the Farm Service Agency in Taylor County, which is a neighboring county to my county, Montgomery, in rural southwest Iowa, says the shutdown is putting a strain on beginning farmers, as well as the elderly and the closure of USDA service centers is financially impacting farmers, which will have ripple effects on everyone for months to come. Thousands of families in Iowa are already facing the real possibility of not getting on the table. Recipients of SNAP will not receive benefits next month, and WIC, Women, Infants, and Children Support for mothers and babies, will also run out very soon. And Iowans aren't alone. If Democrats do not allow the government to reopen, half of our states will run out of money to provide SNAP benefits in November. That means millions of children across the country will have food taken away from them by the human shutdown. This is a particularly cruel way to make a political point, especially at Thanksgiving time. So most folks here in this body really understand that there are a lot of families that mean a lot to me. Not only my families in Iowa, but then also all of our military families across the United States. My daughter and my son-in-law serve on active duty Army. My daughter and I talk just about every day, either by FaceTime or by phone. And the shutdown is really impacting our younger soldiers. So every day my daughter and I go through those discussions of where will the soldiers find food. Her discussion with me today centered around a talk she had with their military chaplain yesterday.
If you can get a call back, see where the,
she was typing up a letter so that her soldiers could receive gift cards before Thanksgiving from the chaplain's funds. But unfortunately, the chaplain said, I don't even know that we will have funds so that we can get the gift cards for the families because of the shutdown. One of the military units has actually started its own internal food bank so that soldiers can go to that food bank and get food for their families. Anyone that has served in the military or knows someone that serves in the military understands that already our military men and women, many of them qualify for SNAP, even though they're employed by the military. These are families that are currently serving every single day with the inability to get paid. Now, thankfully, the president was able to scratch together dollars from the Department of Defense to pay them their first check. But this is a long-term problem we're facing now. And the president won't be able to keep doing that. So we have all of our federal employees, our military men and women that are not getting paid. They can't literally put food on the table. One of my daughter's soldiers has had to drop out of college. This NCO works full-time during the day, tries to do better by going to college at night, and she can't afford to pay the tuition now that's required, and there are no appropriated funds to move forward with her college. So she had to pull her enrollment yesterday. So we're impacting families in all of our home states. We're impacting the men and women that are defending our nation. This standoff is a fight for survival. But what I'm doing here, I'm fighting for the folks who are continuing to work hard every single day without a paycheck or going without the help they need just simply to get by. But the Democrats are fighting for their own political survival.
First of Peter.
We witnessed here on this very floor earlier today, the majority of Democrats vote no on paying these essential workers in the federal government.
Lake Fork continues.
Air traffic controllers, our military men and women, Capitol policemen that protect this complex, the staff that we see here sitting together. They voted no. One Democrat senator candidly confided to the Hill newspaper that if Democrats vote to reopen the government, quote, people are going to get hammered by their liberal base.
10. Take call at 3601 Pensacola, 3601 Pensacola, ESV 1010, Cross Street, Talkie.
Quote, if people were not terrified of getting the guillotine. Apparently, the socialist uprising within the Democrat Party is turning into a modern-day French Revolution, folks. And playing the role of internet claiming let them eat cake is Senator Schumer. The truth is Democrats are literally, I mean literally, taking food out of the mouths of pigs to save themselves from their own unhinged voters.
I'm sorry, you came in though.
Instead of bending to the loudmouth liberal lunatics and socialist sociopaths who make up their base, Democrats should listen to their colleague, Senator Fetterman of Pennsylvania. Senator Fetterman called the shutdown, quote, bad political. There are no winners here. It's not getting better every day here. People are going to start to get really
the individual's going to be here by the gas station.
End
quote. Oh, no, never mind.
He's absolutely right, folks. And the Democrats know it's causing pain. In fact, that's the whole point of this exercise. Congresswoman Catherine Clark, the second in line in the House Democratic leadership, said the quiet part out loud, stating, quote, families are going to suffer because of the shutdown. She calls that suffering, quote, leverage. The American people and their suffering babies are leverage. Using the suffering of the very people we were elected to serve as political leverage is just plain sick. Mr. President, the House Republicans need to start using our own leverage. The Senate schedule. If Chuck Schumer cancels Thanksgiving for millions of families across America who can't feed their children, the holiday should be canceled for the Senate as well. We should all be prepared to stay here until we reopen the government, so no child will go to bed hungry because of Schumer's shutdown shenanigans. This is a serious job, folks. We need to take it seriously. We need to act seriously.
Charlie, 190 for the Harvard 59
I yield the floor.
Lake Fork, Control 1.
Lake Fork.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 4 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Environment and Public Works be discharged and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 2316.
H.R. 2316, an act to amend the Pittman-Robertson Wildlife Restoration Act to provide that interest on obligations held in the Federal Aid to Wildlife Restoration Fund shall become available for apportionment at the beginning of fiscal year 2033.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 110, S259.
Clerk will report.
Calendar number 110, S259, a bill to direct the Federal Communications Commission to publish a list of entities that hold authorizations, licenses, or other grants of authority issued by the Commission and that have certain foreign ownership and for other purposes.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bill.
Is there further debate? Not all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. Those who have it. Bill is passed.
I ask unanimous consent that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 35, S99.
5059,
Calendar number 35, S99, a bill to require the Secretary of Commerce to produce a report that provides recommendations to improve the effectiveness, efficiency, and impact of Department of Commerce programs related to supply chain resilience and manufacturing and industrial innovation and for other purposes.
PD truck unit in the roadway.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following resolutions, which are at the desk. S Resolution 464, S Resolution 465.
Is there an objection to proceeding en bloc? Without objection, the Senate will proceed en bloc.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motions be to reconsider be considered and laid upon the table.
3403 SPID, 3403 SPID at First and Second Corridor is V8001, State Precinct Safety Working Off of Fire Dispatch
1420. The time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Finally, at 5:30 p.m., the Senate execute the orders with respect to the Talbotson and Lewis nominations.
Objection, so ordered.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of Senators Welch and Whitehouse.
Without objection.
I yield the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, every single one of us, every member of the United States Senate, my fellow voters, all Americans, people around the world are absolutely thrilled by the ceasefire in Gaza. After 2 years of relentless bombing,
after 2 years of horror for the hostages and their families. The bombing has largely stopped, and the hostages are home. This is extraordinary. And I salute everyone involved in getting us to this day, including President Trump. But let's be clear. There is more work to be done. The only way this ceasefire will succeed is if it is the beginning of a relentless, tireless process that aims to get us to the two-state solution. 2 states for 2 peoples. A safe and democratic Jewish state of Israel, alongside a sovereign state for the Palestinians that are indigenous to the land where they now live, as envisioned in the President's 20-point plan. It has been U.S. policy for over 50 years. So the question before us is, will all who are involved, particularly the United States government, Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Palestinian Authority, U.S. partners in the Gulf and our European allies, will everyone do every single thing possible to make that success of a lasting peace through a 2-state solution a likelihood? And let me be candid, Mr. President. I am extremely worried at what we've already seen since the ceasefire. On the Israeli side, Mr. Netanyahu is continuing to dial up or down the delivery of urgently needed food or medicine, depending on what his political desires in the moment are. And after 2 years of already having kept food out largely for starving kids, that has to be provided with the 600 trucks a day, unabated, continuously and regularly. And at the same time, Hamas is score settling, is committing public executions and intimidating the Palestinians who yearn for peace and a return to some degree of normalcy. The impediments to peace are deep and they are clear. So we need to ask ourselves, what do we need to do to make sure that the violence and the destruction does not resume? In Gaza, one thing is absolutely essential. Mr. Netanyahu must stop blocking the medicine and the food for starving kids and Palestinians. We cannot condone the Israeli military under the instructions of the Netanyahu government from illegally blocking international food aid from getting through Rafah. And yet we see a continuation of children facing severe malnutrition and hunger. We also see kids who are sick and had the promise of getting health care, cancer treatment, women who need maternity facilities, or basic medicines and treatment still not having access to them. The Netanyahu government cannot be allowed to once again turn on and off the supply of food and medicine and use it as a military tool. Vegetables and other food from 1 million hungry kids is not a military response. It's a collective punishment. Next, Mr. Netanyahu must finally, once and for all, stop the bombing in Gaza. The IDF's own data shows that more than 5 out of 6 people killed by IDF bombs supplied by the U.S. over the past 2 years with civilian casualties. And those government bombings that have been renewed in Gaza this week, killing nearly 100 and injuring even more. After 2 soldiers were killed last has got to stop. These types of responsive bombings that were so frequent before the ceasefire, disproportionate and illegal, are no more legal and as disproportionate when they're occurring after the ceasefire and jeopardize the stability and survivability of the ceasefire. So we should be calling on the Netanyahu government to reopen the medical evacuation corridor so that those Palestinian kids in Gaza with traumatic war wounds, bullets in their bodies and missing limbs can be evacuated to Palestinian church hospitals in Jerusalem. The violence and settler attacks in the West Bank also represent an ominous threat to the ceasefire and a threat to fulfilling a true vision of peace. Gaza and the West Bank are part of what will be a separate Palestinian state. And that violence that it's occurring at the hands of settlers has to be stopped by the Netanyahu government. And Mr. President, just this week in the West Bank, we saw violent attacks by masked, club-wielding settlers in Palestinian villages and harvesters. They even attacked the very same village that our ambassador, Mike Huckabee, had visited and promised to protect only a few months before. This photograph, taken only a few days ago, is the result of an illegal Israeli settler beating a 55-year-old woman who was harvesting olives on her family's ancestral land, beating her with that club without mercy, without restraint. Her name is Ufa Abu Aliua. She's a mother and she's a victim of violence. And this just happened days ago. By the way, October marks the start of the olive harvest season across the West Bank. And since the start of the harvest, where folks have to go from their homes to the fields, illegal Israeli settlers have reported to stage 158 assaults against Palestinian farmers, and they've destroyed nearly 800 trees. And these trees, as you know, are nurtured over generations, just like the ones on the Mount of Olives. And many Palestinian families depend on them as their only source of income. The violence, by the way, also impacts Americans. And if Mr. Netanyahu is serious about working with the President and supporting the ceasefire that he did agree to, he will take action to hold a Florida teenager who was on vacation visiting family when he was attacked and he was killed by illegal settlers. Mr. Netanyahu must also finally help the United States investigate the killing of the American journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, who was shot by an Israeli sniper from a couple of hundred yards away, nowhere near any Israeli troops. A Palestinian state envisioned by the ceasefire requires that Mr. Netanyahu also end the constant expansion of settlements into the West Bank. The Israeli government must stop demolishing Palestinian homes, sometimes using bulldozers paid for by American taxpayers. And yet, the Netanyahu government is going full steam ahead. This is an immense impediment to peace. And to be certain, Hamas, too, must lay down its arms. It must refrain from violence. That is an incredible threat to the ceasefire. Ultimately, Hamas has got to go. Hamas violence is that threat to peace. It's a threat to the Palestinians living in Gaza, who yearn for peace and yearn for an opportunity to rebuild where they live and have their kids be back in school and to be safe. The ceasefire acknowledges that there must be a force that has sufficient authority to quell Hamas violence. This is the peacekeeping force that was in the 20-point presidential plan. If we're going to be successful, we have to redouble our efforts to stand that force up and make certain that all the signatories to that peace plan do their part to make certain that can happen. President Trump's leadership will help achieve a ceasefire That leadership must be redoubled to achieve a durable peace and a lasting peace for the Israelis and the Palestinians. To have this stop on the day the agreement was signed, without then redoubling efforts to face the difficult challenges that await resolution after the ceasefire, will result in failure. So I call on the President, I urge all of us to do every single thing we can to stay focused on the implementation of the peace plan and not turn away as though this is yesterday's problem. Because if we don't do that, it will be tomorrow's problem once again.
Oh, now I'll report. Can you place me back on the 43?
Mr. President, I urge all of us to accept the role of leadership that is absolutely required for the well-being of the entire region, for the promise of Israel as a Jewish and democratic state, and for the promise of the Palestinian people living alongside in peace with Israeli neighbors. Mr. President, I
unfortunately,
yield back.
that is not something that we're able to handle.
They're taking him home to Jake's
41.
run. Jake's Way run. You're gonna go to that second one and then turn around. It'll be like the second house on your right.
Alright, dispatch for medic 13. Code 1 you're getting mileage 0.1.
10-4, we're also no longer a part of vector control there with the health department.
Alright, mileage is gonna be 36355.
3323, round 19. New Bishop unit for minor accident, 77, business.
1714 straightway.
1714 straightway.
Oscar November, Oscar Romeo 01.
GTH. Charlie 260, what was the name of the RP?
Northeast 581.
It's going to be a Danny, Visa, Black Raptor, and a black passenger car.
Oscar November, Oscar Romeo 01.
1539.
1354. White male, white shirt, black shorts.
Yes, ma'am. I make it northeast 581 on a Florida tag of November. Victor, November. Echo 07. Should be on a black and color Jeep. Here you have the info.
To wake up to the dangers of climate change, again with my trusty and increasingly battered chart. This time my focus is on the fossil fuel industry's corrupting influence over the Trump administration and what that means for Americans. When I stood before you for the 296th time back in January, I predicted that the fossil fuel looters and polluters would take over the federal government. I am saddened but not surprised that my grim forecast has already come true. It's only October, and already it's clear that the fossil fuel industry bought, paid for, and now straight up owns the Trump administration. And it's only going to get worse. For years, I warned that if we let fossil fuel money pour into our politics unchecked, if we let dark money run rampant, and if we let polluters sabotage science, then one day the government would cease to belong to we the people, and instead belong to them, the polluters. Well, that day has arrived. Last month, I set out the fossil fuel industry's 4 phases of climate change. Phase 1, bury the evidence. Refuse to disclose what they knew with their own scientists were telling them. Phase 2, actively mislead the public when the evidence they had buried ultimately comes out. Phase 3, flood the political zone with dark money to buttress the climate denial fraud using unlimited funding unleashed by Citizens United. Now we're in phase 4, where an increasingly desperate fossil fuel operation switches from defense and blockade to attack. Today I'll do a deep dive on phase 4, the corruption and weaponization of government phase, and how it is playing out across the corrupt Trump administration. Phase 4 is different. They're not just hiding or misleading or politically obstructing any longer. In phase 4, the fossil fuel industry fully corrupts the entire executive branch and uses the power of government to go after and crush its clean energy competition. Behind this plot are the creepy billionaires who run the industry, out to get even richer at the expense of the American people. Let me be blunt. The Trump administration does not work for you, the American people. It works for fossil fuel billionaires and their sprawling dark money corruption machine, which, no coincidence, helped put Trump in office for a second time. Don't take my word about who I work for. An official from the White House's own new so-called National Energy Dominance Council offered, and I quote here, concierge white glove service to help keep polluting coal plants open and mines in operation. That official, by the way, previously worked for Shell Oil and Valero Energy. Every agency, every decision, every policy of this corrupt administration is in the service of its fossil fuel donors and patrons. Fossil fuels, looters, and polluters are running the United States government for their own benefit from the inside. President Trump, EPA Administrator Zeldin, Energy Secretary Wright, Interior Secretary Burgum, a whole lot of them is bought and paid for. So, settle in, and I'll walk you through it. From the offer and acceptance, to the return on fossil fuels political investment, to the cost to the American people. Let's start with the moment of sale. It was April 2024. Early April. Candidate Trump was desperate. His criminal trial would begin in 4 days. And his best shot at staying out of jail was winning the presidency. But the unpopular politicians, unpopular policies just weren't moving the needle. There was one thing left to do. It was time to make a deal. Cornered and starved for cash, Trump invited the fossil fuel donor elite to Mar-a-Lago. Sensing an opportunity, into those built halls strolled the oil barons, the gas tycoons, the petrochemical magnates, the pipeline moguls. If you'd struck oil or gas in America, you likely received an invitation. And by the way, they were a little desperate themselves because their business model was failing against the relentless pressure of cheaper, cleaner, more popular renewable energy. There, at his club, candidate Trump delivered his offer. It was not subtle. No think tank jargon or super PAC euphemisms, no speaking in code. He looked out at those assembled fossil fuel billionaires and made a simple pitch. Give me $1 billion and I will do anything and everything you want. The fossil fuel billionaires are only too happy to take that deal. Harold Hamm, the fracking kingpin, opened his checkbook. Jeffrey Hildebrand, the Texas oil man, poured in millions. Kelsey Warren, a pipeline magnate, other familiar players like George Bishop, Tim Dunn, the Wilkes brothers, they all lined up. The fossil fuel donor elite understood the corrupt bargain. Invest just $1 billion, and maybe not all of that $1 billion. They're at hundreds of millions, we're not sure. But let's say it was $1 billion that ended up coming through. $1 billion to preserve the annual $700+ billion subsidy that fossil fuels free to pollute business model relies on. $1 billion once for $700 billion a year. And on top of that, they could reap untold added billions in new tax subsidies, pollution deregulation, protection from legal accountability for misdeeds, and even a government-backed war they could run against their feared clean energy competition. This was not just a fundraiser. This was no boisterous campaign rally. This was a deal, $1 billion quid pro quo deal. This corrupt deal marked a turning point in American history. Before, fossil fuels influenced, using political dark money and dark money threats and promises. They lied, using a decades-long campaign of denial, deception, and government to hide the harmful effects of their products. Those two operations, a climate denial fraud operation and a dark money corruption operation, together had blocked any meaningful bipartisan climate legislation. They killed that dead. The instant Citizens United gave them that power. The 2024 elections gave the fossil fuel barons full control. Under the Trump regime, the United States government acted exactly as you would expect a corrupted government to act. Every agency captured. Climate and energy laws and regulations rewritten. All the inconvenient science ignored, silenced, or worse, erased completely. Say goodbye to government for we the people, and hello to government for them, the polluters. The entire Trump administration works for its fossil fuel donors. On January 20, 2005, day one in office, 2025, day one in office, President Trump issued industry-crafted executive orders designed to kneecap
301
fossil fuels clean energy competition and prop up fossil fuel. One executive order even wrote wind energy and solar energy out of the definition of energy. These executive orders are now implemented by federal agencies that are in the hands of stooges of the big polluters. Let's start with the Environmental Protection Agency. There's so much rot over there, it's hard to know where to begin. So I'll start with personnel. Atop the agency is Lee Zeldin. You may know him as the erstwhile congressman from New York, or the failed gubernatorial candidate. But did you know of his role as the errand boy for billionaire Trump donor and oil executive Tim Dunn? Until January, Zeldin had a crucial role at the First Policy Institute, a pro-Trump so-called think tank founded by oil man Dunn. AFPI is hell-bent increasing fossil fuel production, reducing fossil fuel regulation, and protecting the free-to-pollute fossil fuel business model. Dunn was thrilled to have his boy Zeldin slide slimily into EPA. Then there's EPA Deputy Administrator David Fatui and head of the Office of Air and Radiation Aaron Zaba, who before joining the EPA spent years defending polluting industries in court or making polluters pitches to us in Congress. Stephen Cook, Principal Deputy Assistant in the EPA's Office of Land and Emergency Management, recently represented the American Fuel and Petroleum Manufacturers in its legal challenge to an EPA cleanup rule. Now he is the regulator he just fought in court. Nancy Beck, the Trump's EPA Chemical Safety Advisor, used to help run the Chemical Manufacturers' main trade association. The American Chemistry Council. And Sean Donahue, well, he's even though he has never taken a deposition, tried a case to verdict, argued a motion, or authored and signed a legal pleading. But his partner was Deputy Director of Personnel at the White House, and fossil fuel deregulation depends on usefully incompetent lawyers. The foxes are literally guarding the EPA penthouse. Once the pride of American environmental stewardship, the EPA is now turned inside out. Instead of writing rules to protect the public from pollution, it's writing rules to protect polluters from public
This broadcast is ending now.
EPA's most striking betrayal to date was its move to repeal the scientific and legal cornerstone that acknowledged greenhouse gases are a threat to public health and welfare. Without that finding, EPA would have no authority or obligation to regulate climate pollution. This is This is not about law. This is about doing the bidding of the polluting fossil fuel industry, which doesn't want to be regulated and which must pollute for free to survive. Never mind the enormous cost of carbon that dumps onto American families. To justify its proposed repeal of the endangerment finding, EPA leaned on a junk Department of Energy so-called climate report, a cooked-up document so baseless that more than 85 real climate scientists issued a comprehensive rebuttal of it as fundamentally flawed, biased, full of errors, and not fit to inform policy making. The American Meteorological Society condemned it as misleading and dangerous. Of course, the so-called climate report was not science. It was propaganda, fossil fuel propaganda. With 99% consensus in peer-reviewed scientific literature that fossil fuel emissions are dangerously changing our climate, you would be hard-pressed to find 5 climate scientists who would downplay or deny climate change. Trump's corrupt Department of Energy found all 5. They weren't hard to find, though, because they all worked for fossil fuel front groups. They were chosen precisely because they would deny established science. Get a load of this crew. Dr. Roy Spencer, previously a visiting fellow at the Climate Denialist Heritage Foundation, funded, no surprise, by ExxonMobil, Donors Trust, the Koch Foundations, and the Sarah Scaife Foundation. All fossil fuel companies or dark money outfits pushing fossil fuels pollute for free agenda. Dr. John Christi, linked to conservative front group Competitive Enterprise Institute, funded with dark money from the American fuel and petrochemical manufacturers, the Charles Koch Institute, Donors Trust, the Heritage Foundation, Marathon Petroleum, and Murray Energy. Dr. Judith Curry, who charges $400 per hour for consulting services to petroleum companies, electric utilities, and natural gas energy traders. A frequent face also here in Congress, spewing fossil fuel-funded propaganda in committee hearings. Dr. Stephen Coonan, formerly at British Petroleum, now a fellow at the Hoover Institute, a conservative-leaning research organization funded by ExxonMobil, Donors Trust, and the Sarah
I can tell you have been doing this a long time.
Finally, Dr. Ross McKittrick of the Cato Institute, funded by Charles Koch, Donors Trust, ExxonMobil, Murray Energy, and the Scaife Family Foundations. And he's also a senior fellow at the Fraser Institute, funded by the Charles G. Koch Foundation, ExxonMobil, and the Sarah Scaife Foundation. If you're sensing a pattern, you should be. Everyone knew the report was nonsense, but it gave the polluters a fig leaf.
Hey, Mr. Hewlett, we're going to go all the way to 34, right?
Regulate fossil fuel pollution. No surprise, the group of climate deniers was disbanded before they had to answer to the public the Administrative Procedures Act for their junk report. Trump's corrupt EPA is also repealing methane standards, undoing auto emissions rules, abandoning air pollution safeguards, scrapping limits on toxic emissions, cutting protections against pollution from coal plants like mercury and carbon dioxide, even clawing back billions in appropriated funding for clean energy. Hell, EPA literally provided polluters with a special email address to get exemptions from air toxics rules. Concierge service indeed. Trump's EPA had to really bend the rules to roll back state safeguards, like California's Clean Air Act waiver, created a half-century ago in recognition of California's then immense air pollution challenges and its early leadership in improving air quality. Waivers allow California and other states like Rhode Island that follow California's lead to set tougher pollution standards for cars and trucks sold inside their borders. But
Michael, when I was rough sounding it, maybe like about
less gasoline.
14 truckloads.
So they went at the California waiver. There was a trick here. Trump's EPA submitted California's waivers to Congress as so-called final rules, which they weren't and which had never been done before. But it made them vulnerable to undoing by simple Senate majority here under the Congressional Review Act. A trick, by the way, suggested by fossil fuel industry lawyers in the polluter page of the Wall Street. Rejected the effort to falsely label the waivers as rules. So, our fossil fuel-funded Republican friends went nuclear, overruled the Senate parliamentarian, and killed the state waivers. A sour joke from a party that in other circumstances claims to be all about states' rights, states' ability to self-govern, and cooperative federalism. Thanks to the corrupt billion-dollar deal, the Environmental Protection Agency is now clearly the Polluter Protection Agency, bought and paid for. Goodbye again to we the people. Hello to them, the polluters. Let's talk about the Trump Justice Department, perhaps better called Oil, Gas, and Coal LLP. You can't understand the corruption at EPA without understanding how Trump weaponized the Justice Department to become the fossil fuel industry's taxpayer-funded law firm. One example. From the get-go, EPA Administrator Zeldin was hell-bent on clawing back more than $20 billion in clean energy grants Congress had appropriated. But he had a problem. There was no legal basis to do so. Enter Trump's corrupted DOJ, which tried to cook up a fake criminal investigation to provide a pretext to freeze the funds. Zeldin echoed the theme with multiple phony and likely defamatory allegations of criminal and fraudulent behavior by grant recipients, who, by the way, included among them nefarious organizations like Habitat for Humanity. Well, next problem. The evidence was so weak that the chief of the D.C. U.S. Attorney's Office Criminal Division resigned rather than authorize the fake criminal investigation. And no other career attorney in the whole office would sign on. So, Trump's since fired interim U.S. attorney personally submitted a warrant application with no career cosigner. And guess what? He got shot down by the magistrate judge for lack of probable cause. Any federal prosecutor can tell you how unusual and how embarrassing that is. Desperate, Trump's DOJ tried to shop the same failed investigation to other U.S. attorneys' offices, hoping somebody, anybody, would pursue the failed warrant. And in case that weren't enough, meanwhile, in another courtroom, back in the same D.C. courthouse, Department of Justice lawyers in a civil matter were denying that they alleged fraud in the use of those funds.
You're doing a good job, dude. You're pretty much right on.
A mess. Seeking warrants without proof, prompting career officials to resign, making fake public assertions of criminality,
earlier, there's just a lot of dust. You got to have enough water.
Making inconsistent legal arguments
I'm
in
so
the
close
same
to that line with my
courthouse.
tire, it's hard to see.
All of
And I want to go over like 2 feet off
to
that
claw
line, you know
back
what I mean?
money duly appropriated by Congress
Yeah, for sure.
and properly obligated to grantees, all to help grow the clean energy sector and reduce air pollution.
Okay, can you
None of
log
that
in?
is normal DOJ.
I did not know that you had an afternoon route this morning.
Just
when they
last
made
month,
you a
DOJ's
schedule. With
fossil
that
fuels
bus,
law firm
are you able to
went to
log
federal
in
court in New York
and then
to
do the
strike
route?
down a state law requiring the largest fossil fuel polluters to pay into a fund
We'll see
to
when I get up there,
redress
we're
New York's
gonna, we'll
climate
level this
damages
out. I'll switch over to the left,
for
and when I get up
infrastructure, adaptation,
there close by
for
where he's at, I'll see
disaster
where I'm at, and I might just go ahead and
DOJ,
pop it off.
the United States Department of Justice, went to court to argue the polluter's case,
All right, 10-4.
that the law was an unconstitutional overreach, that federal law should
You get that what you take. We'll go from
the
there.
Justice Department of the United States, paid for by U.S. taxpayers, used its resources to give a taxpayer freebie to the likes of ExxonMobil, Chevron, BP, Shell, and Koch Industries, companies with plentiful armies of lawyers of their own. Trump's corrupted DOJ also sued Vermont to strike down a similar state law, and even sued Hawaii and Michigan to stop those states from suing fossil fuel companies before the state's complaints had even hit the docket. This is not normal DOJ.
Control 1.
This is weaponized DOJ. Why is DOJ acting so strangely? As a former prosecutor, I'm telling you, this makes no sense unless you follow the money. After the billion-dollar quid pro quo deal, DOJ has become the polluter's taxpayer-funded law firm. Goodbye to we the people as the DOJ client. Hello to the new client, them the polluters. Third is Trump's Department of Energy. It's run by Chris Wright, the former CEO of an oil and gas services company, handpicked to lead DOE by, guess who? Oil billionaire Harold Hamm, who organized the Mar-a-Lago billion-dollar deal. Should be advancing clean energy, forwarding energy innovation, and funding the energy technologies of tomorrow, as Congress has authorized it to do. Instead, this Department of Energy has become a fossil fuel industry lackey. You've got to recognize in looking at what is going on over there that Trump's executive orders supposedly to unleash American energy are written in code. It's not a complicated code. In the code, the word energy is code for fossil fuel. Understand that, and the rest becomes obvious. And look at the behavior. Department of Energy cut clean energy grants for low-carbon technologies and for reducing emissions. Department of Energy slashed funding for solar energy by 87% and wind energy by 78%. Department of Energy created a $625 million bailout fund for expensive, polluting coal-fired power plants. During the current shutdown, Trumpsters are piling on for fossil fuel polluters, so far scrapping $7.56 billion in clean energy grants. All of them, I'm sure, by coincidence, in 16 states where Kamala Harris won the presidential election. 561971. All of this will raise costs for people. DOE knows how grids work. They know that suppressing clean energy means that the grid has to call up expensive, polluting fossil fuel plants that might otherwise be idle because they're too expensive to run. They know that this moves billions from utility customers' pockets to the pockets of the fossil fuel industry. This is not a glitch.
Yeah, but you gotta be going to brush for wheelchairs or anything.
Oh, and don't forget there's the DOE that cooked up the jungle science report and teed up the EPA duty to regulate fossil fuel emissions. Thanks to the billion-dollar deal, Trump's corrected Department of Energy is, by its own code of definition, not the Department of Energy, it's the Department of Fossil Fuel. Again, goodbye to we the people, hello to them the polluters. Next is the Department of Interior, once a steward of America's public land and waters.
Accident happened 36-743.
Deal turned it into a using agent for fossil fuel. Trump's Interior Secretary Doug Burgum, another cabinet member selected by big oil's Harold Hamm, is busy as he tries to crush offshore wind, expanding offshore drilling, opening vast stretches of the Gulf of Mexico and Alaska's Cook Inlet to his oil and gas industry clientele. Onshore, he's handing out leases across the West. Never mind the effects these projects will have on the climate, on water resources, or on nearby communities. Trump's interior is even lowering royalty fees and environmental standards to make sure drillers get maximum profit at minimum responsibility. Lowering royalty fees, which are already lower than what most private landowners charge, obviously takes money directly from taxpayers and hands it to oil and gas barons, looting and polluting. At the same time, Trump's out to assassinate clean, reliable wind energy. In New York, Interior halted work on a fully permitted, under construction, 810 megawatt offshore wind farm. On justification so dubious, they're almost entirely redacted out of FOIA'd documents. Off Rhode Island and Connecticut, someone at Moscow Central told Interior to slap a stop work order on Revolution Wind when it was nearly finished. Get this. Government lawyers had to go into court and make arguments exactly opposite to arguments they had made defending the same project in the same courthouse just weeks before. No surprise, the fake stop work order cratered in court, but those corrupt shenanigans cost the project at least $60 million. Here, it's not just blue states. Out west in Idaho, Interior reversed approval of Lava Ridge, a 1,000-megawatt wind project that suddenly had legal deficiencies.
Number 2 and 5, it occurred in the federal government sabotaged NES and Navy,
clean energy projects on their way to completion. All the money, it goes to fossil fuel donors. Every electron from clean energy that gets delayed is an electron that gas and coal barons get to burn fossil fuel to sell. And since wind and solar energy are actually cheaper, your utility bills go up. It's a direct transfer of cash from American families to fossil fuel companies and their billionaire owners. Interior has even started to auction off wildlife refuges, treasured places that should be sanctuaries for threatened species. Oil and gas companies are now invited to bid on land set aside for conservation. National parks face budget cuts, lost protections, and industrial projects right at their borders. Trump's corrupt interior is no longer about preserving these landscapes for future generations, but about what can be extracted from them now by big donors. The public loses cherished lands and protections that took decades to establish, all for a short-term fossil fuel payday. Interior ignores tribal consultation, pressing forward with drilling projects on ancestral lands without meaningful dialogue or consent. Tribal governments and native communities just obstacles to be brushed aside rather than sovereign partners with legal rights. This behavior echoes a long, shameful history of disregard for indigenous voices when fossil fuel profits are at stake. This is no all-of-the-above energy strategy, as the administration claims. It is a fossil fuel-first strategy that kneecaps clean power while supercharging oil and gas. The Interior Department is now basically the auctioneer for oil and gas leases. Public lands are no longer treasures for the people, they are commodities for the polluters. So again, goodbye government for we the people, hello government for them, the polluters. Last, we have the State Department. Under visionary leaders like John Kerry, the State Department once led America's global engagement on climate, helping secure the landmark Paris Agreement, and accomplishing impressive and enormous international oceans protections from the climate threat. Now, with Trump calling the shots and Marco Rubio dutifully implementing his whims, the U.S. has exited the Paris Agreement and impedes cooperation on climate action. Just last week, using unprecedented tactics, the Trump administration bullied the International Maritime Organization into delaying a carbon-based levy for shipping emissions. Just so you can put this in context, shipping is responsible for more global carbon pollution than all but 5 countries, and it's completely unregulated. Shipping emissions degrade air quality around ports like Los Angeles, meaning millions of people breathe dirty air. There are clean alternatives to maritime fossil fuels. The technologies are ready. And the shipping industry wanted to make this transition. Plus, there's almost no cost to consumers. There's almost no American ship involved. But the Trump administration wouldn't have it, because every ship that runs on green ammonia or some other pollution-free fuel means one fewer ship that runs on bunker oil or LNG. And that means less money into the pockets of Trump's fossil fuel donors. Plus, it was a threat. It was a threat to the free-to-pollute business model that fossil fuel wrongfully depends on. So, we'll find out more about this, but with truly unprecedented tactics, the corrupt Trumpsters went full Al Capone.
Route 403,
Or maybe
we were able to get the second half on the phone for a brief second.
To crush it.
North Gate of Edwards Airport Base up to 58.
I should add that when I said last we had the State Department, that wasn't completely accurate, because Trump has put the whole of government in the service of his fossil fuel donors, including the cabinet agencies. I'll just give one example. The Army Corps. The Army Corps has a long history with a primary role to build and maintain flood control and safety infrastructure, levees, seawalls, and the like. The Army Corps also has a role in permitting energy projects. And last month, it announced that it would prioritize projects that are energy dense. Energy dense. In other words, those that generate a large amount of power on a relatively small footprint of land. Energy dense is a made-up thing. It is a fake concept, reverse engineered from the result that they want to achieve through it, to favor supposedly energy-dense fossil fuel projects over wind and solar farms that are more spread out. Except it's fake. Energy density, if it were real, would count the spread of pollution from fossil fuel plants, like soot particulates that can travel hundreds of miles, or greenhouse gases causing global harm. If it were real, it would count the huge supply footprint these fossil fuel plants require to run. The mining and drilling for coal and oil and gas and all the related environmental destruction. And trucks, railroads, and pipelines spewing and leaking that deliver the fuels. In real life, the wind and sunshine that power renewable power plants have no footprint at all. The real-life footprint of fossil plants, it's far larger than renewable plants.
45-10-4.
Yet, in fake, corrupted Trump world, fossil fuel plants will get their permits expedited while the corrupt Trump administration stalls renewable facilities over made-up energy density. Seriously, does energy density sound like a policy based in reason, or is it based on campaign cash? So that's a quick tour of the fossil fuel industry's deep corruption of the Trump administration, of its oily tentacles sliding slimily into federal agencies that should be working for the American people. But this is also a story about who picks up the bill, who pays when government is corrupted. Spoiler alert, it's you, the regular, hardworking American public. Bad enough that the billion-dollar deal allowed our government to be bought and paid for by the fossil fuel industry. Add on that every favor and freebie given to the fossil fuel industry costs the American people. Let's start with disaster costs. Extreme natural disasters cost Americans between $99 and $126 billion in the first half of this year alone. NOAA's database of billion-dollar disasters shows the line going up and up and up. Storm after storm, flood after flood, fire after fire. So, the Trump administration wants to end that database, as if silencing the burglar alarm will make the burglary end. Each disaster means billions in federal aid, billions in rebuilding cost, billions in uncompensated harm to Americans, billions that taxpayers and homeowners have to pay or suffer because polluters pollute for free. Increasing disaster costs bring something along with them. Increasing homeowners insurance problems. Problems both in affordability and availability. Premiums are soaring far faster than the rate of inflation. In Florida, the average premium is $14,000 per year. In Louisiana, already $11,000 per year. Insurance companies are leaving or abandoning customers, with non-renewals to homeowners doubling or worse in many states over the last 6 years. If Americans can't get homeowners insurance, then their property can't get a mortgage. And that spells trouble for property values in climate-exposed communities across the country. About 6 months ago, the Fed chair, Jay Powell, testified in the Senate that within 10 to 15 years, there would be whole regions of the United States where mortgages were no longer available. That's not coming from a green group, that's coming from the Fed. And it hits home. Families dropped from coverage are left in uninsurable homes that they might have worked a lifetime to buy, whose value plummets when mortgages can't be had.
10-4, thank you.
This is all fine fun and games if you're a Palm Beach billionaire selling your mansion all cash to another billionaire. But in real life, it's devastating for hardworking people. Say a tradesperson living near Orlando, trying to sell their family's biggest single investment. They bought that home with a mortgage. They need to sell it to someone who can get a mortgage if they're going to get their price. With no mortgage, the price crashes. This is a cascade. It starts with fossil fuel emissions, which amp up climate risk, creating an insurance crisis,
Can you show me in
making
route
properties
121
unmortgageable,
Edward Street,
crashing homeowners' property values, and cascading into full-on economic recession. The warnings of this abound. And if fossil fuel weren't so powerful in this building, they'd be listened to. Your premiums go up, or your coverage disappears, and your home value plummets. And what does the Trump administration have to say about this? Well, they're not listening to you. They're lying.
Engine 4 mitigate. Engine 4 mitigate. 400 call. 18
the polluters
918 Hazel Drive. 918 Hazel. Surpass Amos 1, Amos 1 1520. 400 call.
Energy bills.
18 918 Hazel Drive.
Energy bills are getting out of hand.
Surpass Amos 1, Amos 1 1520.
Several things drive this. First, we subsidize fossil fuel, locking in fossil dependence, so consumers get roasted whenever the international oil cartel jacks up global commodity prices, which we see them do all the time. Second, U.S. consumers pay more when the fossil fuel industry decides to export oil and gas for higher prices overseas. And there's less domestic supply because it got exported, and when there's less domestic supply, that predictably raises prices. The Trump administration forcing utilities to run aging and expensive coal and gas plants that were slated for retirement will likely add $3 billion per year to your electricity bills. $3 billion. But your added cost is fossil fuels added revenue. You're the one getting cheated. The biggest hit will come from Trump sabotaging clean energy technologies. Technologies that already produce electricity at lower costs. Here's how it works. When less expensive clean energy can't get on the grid, expensive polluting fossil fuel plants that would otherwise be idle as too expensive to run get called up instead. Those more expensive plants then set the price for the grid, and your costs go up. The trick is that the fossil interests that own and fuel those cost-setting plants get an enormous payday. With clean energy on the grid, their revenue can drop to zero because that plant is too expensive to run. But you back out the cheaper clean energy, or you don't let new clean energy on the grid, and suddenly that plant roars back to polluting life. And the money flows to the plant owner, and the money flows to the fossil fuel dealers that bring the fuel to the plant.
You can show us Robert on scene. We checked on the subject.
It is a direct
He's fine. He didn't need any help. He was just moving along down the street. But he's fine. Show us like a service. Ma'am, you can show us Robert on scene. We checked on the subject. He's fine. He didn't need any help. He was just moving along down the street. But he's fine. Show us like a service.
Is being gamed by fossil fuel. Working families and small businesses are getting stuck paying the bill for a system that has been rigged by the Trump administration for big oil's benefit. Climate brings health dangers, and those health dangers are real. Fossil fuel production and combustion release toxins benzene, hydrogen sulfide, particulate matter, to name just a few. And they have an effect. Children near fossil-fueled power plants and oil and gas wells suffer higher rates of asthma. Nearby communities experience higher rates of cancer, heart disease, and neurological damage. Air pollution just from fossil fuel production and combustion costs the average American about $2,500 in extra healthcare expense.
That is Southside Station.
And even if you don't suffer from heart or respiratory disease, you still pay more, as insurance companies, health insurance companies, spread around across their customer base those added costs.
Let me know
nationwide,
ready to write down
that
numbers.
added cost is around $820 billion annually. That's a cost of fossil fuel. It's a cost of fossil fuel that fossil fuel doesn't pay, even though economics says externalities like this should be in the cost, in the price of the product. But that's the pollute for free business model. The industry externalizes their pollution costs, even in the hundreds of billions of dollars, onto families, onto hospitals, onto taxpayers, onto you. You pay for the mess they won't clean up. And of course, given the control of this building, fossil fuel companies benefit from enormous tax breaks and loopholes. This lost tax money means lost school funding, lost infrastructure funding, lost healthcare dollars. Real people lose real benefits.
And you said you know that route, correct?
Just for one example, the corporate welfare polluters get just from direct fossil fuel subsidies could provide 3 million families with SNAP benefits, food for their kids and families. The $1 billion deal at Mar-a-Lago takes
I'm clear.
money
You can cancel PD if you had them in route. They're not needed.
regular American taxpayers and hands it to billionaire oil barons. Last, let's consider lost opportunity. Because of fossil fuel corruption here at home, the industries of the future are now developing more overseas, abroad. The jobs of the future are being created abroad. The technologies of the future are being developed abroad. Here in the U.S., fossil fuel is diligently out to destroy these opportunities and the jobs and the future that comes with them, to protect its dying business model that cheats in the market while making our air smoggier and our water dirtier, polluting for free. China races ahead in renewable energy, electric vehicles, and clean technology as America is dragged further and further behind by fossil fuel political interference. That dirty deal day at Mar-a-Lago was a turning point. Donald Trump put our government up for sale, and the looters and polluters wrote the checks. And now, every agency, every policy, every decision reflects their ownership. EPA is their protector. DOJ is their law firm. Department of Energy is their henchman. Interior is their leasing agent. The State Department is their industry diplomat. Their oil Capone. The repeal of clean energy programs Trump got in, his Beautiful for Billionaires bill, is expected to cost the U.S. economy $1.1 trillion by 2035. In a decade, $1.1 trillion lost to the U.S. economy. That's a loss to all of us. Meanwhile, fossil fuel CEOs rake in as much as $40 million a year. Their companies make $30 billion a year. And the industry sponges up government subsidies of over $700 billion a year. That $700 billion is the bill the American people foot every year in more disasters, higher insurance premiums, higher electricity and fuel costs, worse family health, lost good jobs, and a dwindling economic future. With less clean energy, there will be more emissions. And with more emissions, there will be more disasters, pushing us towards the great climate insurance collapse. Everywhere are warnings from insurers, from economists, from bankers, from regulators, from the big short guy who predicted the Great Recession, from The Economist magazine, even from climate-shy Fed Chair Jay Powell. Warnings abound. Warnings are everywhere of climate economic disaster ahead. Is it too late to wake up? I hope not. Though for sure, our pathway to climate safety, it's narrowing.
Affirmative. Code 33 on Metro.
If we're going to solve the climate danger, we're going to have to take on the democracy danger. We do not have to accept the United States of America turning into a petro-state. We can still act. We can pass the Disclose Act to expose the dark money that enables fossil fuel corruption. We can call out and spotlight the climate denial fraud operation that has for so long deceived the American people. It can and must end. The fossil fuel industry's corrupt, pollute for free business model, a model that violates the laws of economics as well as morality and decency. Why should polluter costs fall on taxpayers? It's simple. They shouldn't.
Dispatch Medical 11 Unit, PD.
Democracy also should not be
we have one unit right now on Shepherd Drive.
Not to Exxon, not to Chevron, not to Koch Industries, not to the American Petroleum Institute, not to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, nor the National Association of Manufacturers, for damn sure not to Donors Trust or to Leonard Leo.
Beginning routage 106.9.
For a whole lot of reasons, with our climate safety right up at the top of the list, we have got to end the corruption. We've got to spotlight the dark money front groups and the armada of special interest organizations spreading fraud. Democracy needs to belong to the people, not to the highest bidder.
Going to be unit 708, 708, we have EMS 115.
What was done to them by fraud and corruption and dark money? There will be a mighty reckoning, and it cannot come too soon. So I conclude once again, as I have in 301 of these speeches, now for the 302nd time, time to wake up.
Bravo 1, 1097.
I yield the floor.
Okay.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday.
Good at 5097.
Hey, the second half back at of the address is across the track, walking northbound.
To the flight call that came in, it's already MS 809 Azal, Control 3. Third party, it was very something. The units are highlighting. 14 from Fire Dispatch. 136.
You should kill me for that. Contact me. He drove through the FK, the exit of it, so he was warned to not do that again in the future.
912, radio check.
133,
141 out, 10 to 10.
141 out of 10-4.
Control and Tango David 1, I'll be en route to Roosevelt Elementary. Center out.
Your Honor, may I be heard?
I don't recommend it, Mr. Reddington. You have an attorney. I strongly suggest you let him do the talking.
And I would, Your Honor, no question. But given how quickly things are proceeding, I get the distinct impression that Jerry here has a bus to catch.
I'm sorry, are we moving too fast for you, Mr. Reddington?
I'm just saying there are important matters to discuss.
Such as?
Well, for starters, Your Honor hasn't really considered the issue of bail.
I'm just joking.
Sir, you have been a federal fugitive for nearly 3 decades. The FBI's #1 most wanted. You are the textbook definition of a flight risk and a danger to the community. Now, let me be clear. Even if you were prepared to submit every last dollar in circulation on the planet, I still wouldn't grant you bail. Ever.
Okay, I for one feel better knowing it was considered.
Anything else?
I'm afraid so. May we approach?
Carefully.
You hang here, Jerry. This is
Look at my face, Mr. Reddington. I'm not amused.
And I assure you, neither am I. But the fact remains the prosecution has intentionally failed to inform the court of a critical factor in this case.
That is?
Heavy parking lot.
My immunity agreement with the federal government, an agreement that expressly covers the charges before you and protects me from overzealous beavers like Mr. Seema and his bosses.
Good Lord, you're a confidential informant. Mr. Seema.
If there's an agreement, I haven't seen any evidence to prove it.
That's hardly a denial.
Charlie, 260.
Is there anything you can offer this court to support the existence of an immunity agreement?
Mike, are you ready for me, or you want me to wait right here?
Assistant Director Harold Cooper of the FBI is here. He may be able to shed some light on the matter.
Assistant Director Cooper, step up, please.
1546.
Sir?
Room for 2.
I'm going to be code 6 at 3224 Mount Pinos Way to the...
Mr. Cooper, I'm going to ask you this once and only once. To your knowledge, is there currently an immunity agreement in place with this defendant? Yes or no?
Yes.
Dispatch Medic 11, you read the note. Are we canceled?
Chambers, all of you, now. You, talk.
We're the task force. Officially, it doesn't exist. Its purpose is to arrest high-priority targets using intelligence obtained from Mr. Reddington.
So, Main Justice made a deal with the devil himself?
Shouldn't judges at least pretend to be impartial?
Your Honor, as I said, if such a deal exists...
Oh, it exists. Harold and I have been at this for over 5 years now. Of course, some of the people who originally approved it are either dead or have moved on, leaving Director Cooper to deal with the cover their asses crowd, who, by the way, are perfectly happy to milk this cow all the way to the slaughterhouse. I'm sure the first question they asked in response to my arrest was whether I could still continue to be an effective asset while locked up in jail. Am I right, Harold?
Mr. Cooper, you tell your superiors at Main Justice that I just ordered a hearing on the scope of the agreement, and I want a copy of it on my desk today. I can't rule on a contract I haven't seen. Understood? Good. We'll reconvene in the morning. Mr. Reddington, you have an attorney sitting out there who has no idea what he's gotten into. I suggest you fill him in.
Actually, I don't think that would be necessary.
Why's that?
Because after careful consideration of the circumstances, I feel it more prudent to represent myself. Do you know who I am?
No, I don't.
My name is Raymond Reddington. I'm a criminal and a fugitive. I'm wanted in every country on Earth and at the top of the FBI's most wanted list. I'm armed and I'm dangerous. And the most important person in the world to me is dead because of you. Because of your little device. Do you recognize it? It was recovered from a former FBI agent named Elizabeth Keene.
I don't know who that is.
Perhaps not, but you do know something. Someone wanted you hidden so that I wouldn't discover what that is. You designed this.
Yeah, it's a medication monitor and
I'm
tracking.
past what it is and what it does. It clearly wasn't made in a manufacturing plant.
No, it's a prototype. My wife suffers from mental illness, and I designed it for people like her.
You gave it to someone who used it to track and murder Elizabeth Keene.
Murder?
Tell me who.
Dude, you've got it wrong. I gave that to a cop.
A police officer.
Yeah, I met him at a business forum. You know, we're people who are trying to start companies, set up booths to discuss their concepts. I was trying to find investors.
You were supposed to run a trial at a psychiatric clinic.
That got canceled. And I was getting desperate. And then this guy shows up, introduces himself as a detective from New York City. He says that he thinks that my idea has potential, but not for medical reasons. As a tracking device. He says the NYPD might be interested in trying it out for a few investigations.
Did you show your identification?
Yeah, badge and everything. Reggie Colt, Detective Reginald Colt. Hey, it's not what I want, but the cops support my company. That's something.
So you gave this to him?
It was a few years ago. I didn't hear from him, so I just figured the top brass didn't bite. It's the God's honest truth.
If it is, you'll be in class by this time tomorrow. If it's not, you won't.
An additional for him?
So who's the next unfortunate?
Martin Walcott. Do you know him?
Walcott. No, I don't think so. What'd he do, skim off the top while you were away?
On the contrary. He recorded record profits.
So what's your beef?
Raymond! Been too long. Martin Walcott, Smoky Pup.
Nice to meet you.
Here's my mom. I'll be clear by
Your book?
Turn on time. Case number is 850085.
Smokey used to run with the circus, handled logistics, trains in, trains out. I'm surprised the two of you haven't crossed paths. I'm just a sideshow for Martin. He's a senior VP at a railroad that runs freight between New Mexico and Illinois.
Is that a fact? Yeah, I'm surprised we never hooked up.
Let me ask you something, Martin. And I want a simple yes or no. Did you turn me into the police?
Fred, what?
No!
Of course not. Why would you ever ask me that?
Because that's an awfully big number. And the only way you could have hit it was if I was in prison.
I thought you'd be pleased.
Did you? I don't think so. If you thought I'd be pleased, the book would reflect how you hit the number. But it doesn't do that, does it? It's a big number because you cut a deal with the Catala cartel to run methamphetamine. You used my network, my trucks, my drivers, my warehouses.
If you're not going to be in the drug business, somebody else will be. It's not like we're gonna stop it from coming in, right?
I'm not in the methamphetamine business. It's a poison. You traded on my name. I'm a relatively forgiving man. But that I can't forgive.
Red, hold on. I thought that
What do you think?
Me?
Yeah. What do you think I should do with Martin? I'm curious.
I don't know, I guess on one hand, he kind of betrayed you. I say kinda because when you were in prison, maybe he was thinking in that situation he had some latitude.
You said on the one hand. Is there another?
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, look, I never killed anyone. When it comes to people, I'm vegan. So if it was up to me, and let's all reflect on how awesome it is that it's not, but if it was, I guess I'd opt for firing him like you did with Andrusani. I mean, both these guys are family guys. Andrusani's got a wife, he's got a kid, so, you know. Anyway, that's why you do the strategic thinking and I stick to logistics.
G. Gordon Liddy was an architect of the Watergate break-in.
Ranger 4 switching the
strident true believer who trained himself to be unemotional about doing terrible things. He'd literally test himself by fire.
One, is there an available unit for a back?
Holding his hand over a flame without flinching as his flesh burned. People thought it was a trick. He said the trick is not minding. I mind. I mind.
Bravo 1 Alton.
10-4. And we'll still be code 6, negative on code 4.
And it's going to be her mother's house.
What the hell is this
with
about?
a male from PC69 who has mental issues at that location.
Where's Dembe?
Go on, Bravo 1. Additionally, it's going to be
How would I
in
know?
one area.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what any of this is about.
Please wait outside.
1032 Mary times 2, one for 20,000, the other for 10,000 volts for CVC 27.
Unfortunately for this grand pantomime of innocence, I know a great deal about all of it. I know about the wine. I know about you hiring Isabella Stone. About Zach Small, Stratos, and his wife. I know that you were one of very few people who had access to the account that financed the attacks against me. I know that's why you didn't come to dinner. The only thing I don't know is what you've done with Dembe.
I didn't show up to dinner because Becky and I were on our way to a yoga retreat in Tahiti. It's a place we found when you sent us down there last year, you remember?
Tell me where Dembe is.
Red, I swear to you, I don't know any of what you're talking about.
I shouldn't be surprised. We're criminals, after all. It's in our nature to betray.
I didn't
Bravo 1 Control 3 will also
whatever it is you think I did.
Remember that wretched...
Bravo 1
I was positive I would rot alone in that holding cell. Slowly eaten alive by mosquitoes to the constant refrain of body blows and screaming. 47 interminable days under constant rain. I couldn't be sure any of my messages had been dispatched. And then, on the 48th day, they swung the cell door wide and handed me a package. Half a dozen tins of chilled beluga caviar and a note. Love, Marvin. When I think of it, guards on 2 continents, the bribes alone. I still can't fathom how you managed to pull it off from inside a federal prison. But you had my undying gratitude. So when the opportunity arose, I facilitated your freedom.
Exactly.
I'm holding a
Why would I betray you?
Idle Wheels mobile home park.
We'll get to why
Male
soon
was
enough.
holding female and
But first,
preventing her from leaving.
I
Unknown
need
if
to
he's
know
still
about
pending.
Jesus, Red, I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
It's Elizabeth Keene. She says it's important.
66.
Yes.
The wine was clean. The tox lab said there was nothing in it.
That's not possible.
Got a sheer
They said the poison had to have been administered by
Get that
something
off.
with a higher alcohol content, like gin or...
Control 1.
Scotch.
141 boy, Metro
drink
134.
I did.
Copy around.
But there are only 2 people who had access to the bottle. And I'm one of them.
Who was the other?
It's going to be in space 33. Your second half is going to be Karen Totras.
No, it can't be.
He has a 1032 Mary 50,000.
Are you okay?
Mandatory
Redding,
appearance,
talk to me. Who
2.31.
poisoned you?
He's a black male. All black clothing. Unknown if he fled occupying her white van.
That can't be.
Who is the Ukrainian?
I'm not going to tell you.
You gave him a chemical weapon.
He took it. That's the price of doing business, Harold, with certain people who can get certain things done. You know that. You ever look at the larger picture? The bomb didn't detonate. The girl's safe. Zamani's dead. Frankly, I think this all went down rather swimmingly.
This was never about Zamani. You surrendered and infiltrated the FBI to get at our intelligence.
Your intelligence.
To get that weapon.
I certainly don't want your intelligence, Agent.
Metro 1, 142, Adam 142.
I think it's more likely that I tried to help you in good faith and had to finish a job myself because you couldn't.
I think we're finished.
Well, this was fun. Let's do it again. Really, let's do it again. Understand Zamani was only the first. First what? Name on the list.
What list?
Let's call it the blacklist. That sounds exciting. That's why we're all here, of course. My wish list. A list I've been cultivating for over 20 years. Politicians, mobsters, hackers, spies.
We have our own list.
Agent Ressler, please. We all know your top 10 is little more than a publicity campaign. It's a popularity contest at best. I'm talking about the criminals who matter. The ones you can't find because you don't even know they exist. Zamani was a small fish.
Control 1, Ranger 910, 2700 M Street.
And if you want the whales on my list, you have to play by my rules. I never sleep in the same location for more than 2 nights in a row. I want a fully encrypted 8mm tag embedded in my neck, not that garbage from Alpha Chip you stuck in my shoulder. I want my own security. I compiled a list of 5 acceptable applicants. Pick 2. Whatever I tell you falls under an immunity package that I negotiate myself. And finally, most importantly, I speak only with Elizabeth Keene.
Hello, Marvin. Your judge had to step out, so I'll be judging you today.
Well played, Raymond. Task Force thought they figured out your plan to get to me at Coolidge.
Yeah, well, cat and mouse, cat and mouse.
How did you convince the judge to step away?
I didn't have to. He was summoned by his boss.
Marquez. Right. I knew you had a hook into the chief judge. I just didn't see the play. You always were a great strategist, Raymond.
You were always a great consigliere. What a sad end to our association, our friendship.
Is that what I hear in your voice, Raymond? Sadness?
In part. For what it's worth, Marvin, I understand your turn of events. The betrayal is unforgivable and you'll die for it, but it's understandable. After all, my feelings for Elizabeth weren't always rational. I was often emotional rather than pragmatic. And you weren't entirely wrong to wonder if Elizabeth was capable or worthy of running things.
Not entirely wrong, or even slightly.
Still, however subjective my decision was, the objective truth is that it was mine to make. You voiced your objections.
You'd already made up your mind.
And once the choice was made, it was your obligation to live with it, Marvin.
Even if it meant watching everything we'd built crumble before my eyes.
Yes.
No, I wasn't your servant, Raymond. I was your partner. We created an empire together. I may have been in the shadows, but it was my life's work too. You had no right to have been so reckless with it and blindly expect my loyalty.
I loved you, Marvin. But we were never partners. You worked for me. I valued you. I pulled you close. I wanted and needed your help and friendship. I never dreamed that it would cost me Elizabeth.
You never dreamed that I would have the courage to defy you.
I wonder how many cowards have gone to their graves insisting on their own courage.
You think I'm a coward?
Marvin, if you wanted Elizabeth dead, you could have done it yourself in 1,000 dignified ways. Instead, you used Van Dyke. You let him shoot her down in the street to hide your involvement. You targeted Harold because you were afraid the task force would help me discover what you'd done.
I was brave enough to go to war with you.
And because you had no one left to run. Framing Hetty. Creating the specter of Kate Kaplan. Those were acts of cowardice, Marvin. The Department of Justice may hope otherwise, but you are not me. You can't hide from me. You can't best me. And God knows you could never replace me. We are sitting in a federal courthouse, and I have the power to put you down like a dog. No deal could ever protect you from me.
Then do it.
Affirmative, she advised space 33.
I've had enough. You're right. I can't beat you. And I never really wanted to try.
Hello, Mr. Beeks. Your daddy is home. How are we?
Very chatty. Let's hope it runs in the family.
Reddington, what are you... Are you feeding Mr. Beeks?
I found some rather overcooked salmon in your refrigerator. Apparently he's not a picky eater.
I only feed him in the morning.
A creature of habit. Sounds familiar.
My colleague finds my increasing attachment to certain habits to be a distinct liability. Since in my line of work, predictability and mortality often go hand in hand. But you might be interested to know that one habit I'm particularly fond of is only asking for something once. After that, I start to become insistent.
I told you over the phone, I can't give you access to the database.
You choose not to. Yes, because after 3 years, you're finally up for a promotion at Customs and Border Patrol. Come on.
6% raise, plus dental.
Percy Spencer, ring any bells? No? He was an American physicist. In the 1940s, he was working on radar technology when he stood too close to a magnetron and noticed that the candy bar in his pocket had melted. Then and there, he realized that radio waves could heat food. And with that, Percy Spencer invented the first microwave oven. And how did the company he worked for reward him? They promoted him, they patented his idea, and they paid him $2. $2 for one of the defining inventions of American life.
I want to help. I do. But CBP has been good to me.
I need your database. And I need it narrowcast to a white man, 30s, 40s, who entered the country alone in the past 48 hours, likely through an East Coast port of entry with a U.S. passport. Max, this is important. Otherwise, I nuke Mr. Beeks.
You wouldn't.
I wonder, will he taste like squab or dove?
I think I saw some mango sauce in the cabinet.
Fine, just Take my laptop. It contains the portal to Addis, DHS's arrival and departure information system. I'll talk you through how to narrow your search.
See, that wasn't so hard.
If anyone finds out, I'll be fired.
You completely missed the moral of the story.
It wasn't that you'd kill Mr. Beeks.
In a microwave? What do you take me for? Now, if you had a nice white burgundy, we could braise him in. No, come on, Max. The moral of poor Mr. Spencer's tale of woe is that you should never worry about betraying your workplace, because given the chance, your workplace will definitely betray you. Loyalty to individuals, relationships, that's what makes the world go round.
Rose to MDC for assignment. Units, confirm. Civil 11 situation.
Chihuahua caramba, you want to make a perfect chicken or a perfect turkey every time? You've got to get the legs against the body and tuck in the wings. That's how you get the juice. Chef Wonderful knows that, and now you do too, right on the set of Shark Tank. This product is amazing. Absolutely incredible. Believe me, it's going to change the turkey and chicken industry forever.
Look here for perfection. Right on that.
He'll soon be rejoined by Angelo Greppe, his former consigliere. Also, Philip Leotardo, longtime Libertasi captain.
So Jesus leans off the cross and whispers to Peter, I can see your house from here.
He told me to look out for us, so I sent her some money, which is a hell of a lot more than anybody else did.
Oh, then all these years you decided to keep his head for yourself.
Oh, I should give her some trollop, huh? Besides, I thought I had it coming. With Philly Atato in the can for 20 years, who do you think's been running that place? Huh? Collecting the rent, filing the taxes, all that bullshit.
$625K for the track, plus all that land? That's it?
What was the zoning restrictions? We're lucky we got a buyer at all.
Here's what I propose. It only gets 150. 25% comes from you, the other 75% of that comes from Hesh.
Jesus Christ, that's like 40 grand. You gotta be fucking kidding me, John.
Am I smiling?
You got some balls, kid. I'll give you that much. You'll give me what I tell you to give me.
Oh, Tony.
Come on, take it easy, take it easy. Fuck that. This ain't the 70s. And I'm not a kid. Relax, it's an expression. Here's another expression. You got 5 days to give me my money. Come on. That was out of line.
Billy, he's a boss.
Jersey? Come on, huh?
Jesus Christ. Mister, you okay in there?
You all right? You run from me, you fucking cocksucker?
Where's my fucking money?
I'll get it. My neck, Tony.
What do you think, I'm an asshole?
No, I can't hear you. No, please. Tony.
You got 24 hours.
Call 911, they're on their way. It's all right.
It reclines perfectly, try it. Oh, fuck that. I don't feel like I'm sitting at 12 o'clock.
You're sitting at 12 o'clock.
May I? I don't give a fuck. You can sit in there till fucking San Gennaro. It'll still need to be dealt with. This car went through a major collision.
Seems okay.
How could it be okay if it's askew?
Her date of birth will be 10/23/1996.
What's the matter, Joey? You got a fucking eye problem? You look like Stevie Wonder, your eyes rolling around.
What'd I say? I didn't say nothing, Phil.
Replacing the seat will cost a fortune. Give me a break, Phil. The seat is fine. You just have a problem with the grain on the leather from the factory. You think I'm stupid?
Oh!
Phil, hey. I was just thinking about you. Those Islander tickets, right?
How about this humidity?
Hey! 2 times you were told to kick up the fucking Johnny Sack. What do, huh? You kick up the little Carmine?
Paper.
No! Little Carmine, he was my father's friend! Billy, Johnny, okay. You're right. I'm sorry, I'll pay you, okay? I'll do anything you want. I'll suck your cock, okay? All of you guys.
You suck our cocks?
Yeah!
She any good?
No.
And what am I asking you for? You probably showed her how. Shut up. Please, guys, relax. This'll muffle the shot. Adios, you fucking skank.
Repo went out. She'll answer the call.
Hey, look at this, Joey. Today's a lucky day. Only made it to the R's. Next time. There'll be no next time. Come on. Fucking great. Listen, I don't know what the fuck you were looking at. The fuck is this? Ange. Sorry about that. We're on our way to your place, and Billy sees you drive by.
I tried to get your attention for a couple of blocks.
Why don't you use a fucking phone? I'm an old man. I don't see so good in the dark. Jesus, relax. Johnny wants to see you. This late? I'm gonna see him tomorrow. Apparently, it's got to be now. You know, he's in one of his moods. Fine. I'll follow you over. Whatever. Let's go.
California plate 3, Victor, Ocean Carl, DQ7 on a motorhome.
Hey! Jesus, go! Phil, wait! Billy, keep moving. Billy, fucking retire. Billy, but don't shut your mouth. Look at this shit. You know the work I just had? Give me the fucking keys.
She was extremely emotional. Can you get her to confirm the spelling of her first and last name?
Sorry to get you up, but I knew you'd want to know right away. Know what? Tony B took out Billy Leotardo. Yeah. Wait a minute, you mean Philly? Bill. Phil got winged. He's in the hospital. TB went ape over Angelo. Phil is holding his little brother as a kid's dying in his arms. There's blood all over Phil. Jesus. Oh, I know. God damn.
Rich, do I copy 8 Victor Ocean Charles?
He knew what he was going to do when he sat there right in his mother's house and pretended. Lied right to my face.
Adam Yellow 55 John.
I don't know what to say.
5 on a Mustang.
Guess TB's fucked, poor guy.
In Melbourne.
Poor guy. We're all fucked.
Come on, you gonna go? Go, let's finish my drink. Fuck!
First off, I want to say how sorry I am for your loss. We all are.
Take your fucking sorries and stick them in your ass.
I could say nothing. Be a heartless prick.
He tried to talk, he couldn't even say his last words. Anybody ever die in your arms, you cocksucker? A family member, somebody you love?
No.
Well, give it time. See if I can't make that happen for you.
All right, that's enough.
Whoa.
Philly, why don't you go have a drink?
Don't tell me what to do, Jimmy.
Jimmy's right.
I spit.
Fuck him, John. Fuck all of them. Phil, why don't you wait until they fix him up over there? I promised our mother I'd see her like you know, Jimmy. Before they put on all that pancake and shit.
Copy, break. ECC, show 46 complete. Control Bravo 1, 10 to view 1.
Oh, from Madonna Santa.
Your funeral director's car is here. I'll go down and meet them.
Control 1, Tom 3.
John, how long I gotta wait? Tony Soprano left to his own device.
Tom 3, 1050.
Is never gonna give up that fucking animal blundetto. Philly. An eye for an eye? You're Joanne, right?
Who are you?
Well, we're friends of your son's.
My son doesn't live with me.
We're, from Alcoholics Anonymous.
What's your name?
Oh, we're anonymous. I see his car's out front.
He went to California or Vegas, I don't know.
California or Vegas. When did he leave?
I'm sorry, I have to go to work.
Where the fuck is he?
Leave me alone.
I had a brother your son's age.
Please let go of my hand.
Where the fuck is he, you fucking cunt? I'll take that disc, man, and I'll ram it up your box.
Billy, please.
It's the guy's mother, Phil. It's the guy's mother.
Control 1, Edge 6, Coco. Skyfall. Two ball warrior on Kentucky.
2 Paul 1 Adam to back.
Two ball 1 Adam en route from East Side 10.
It's 45, correction.